T-Stage Social, we're trying to expand and give a slightly more elevated experience. We wanted to have, the full bar, full restaurant experience. I think one of the things that has been lacking at some of our other locations is, provide, top quality food. And
Justin Richardson, I'm the corporate chef with Texas Card House.
Chef Justin, since he came on, has really helped us hone in on what our guests are really looking for.
The sweetness from the strawberry contrasts with the beautiful saltiness from the bacon.
I wanted to take something that was easy, flexible, and convenient for our players to enjoy so that they can continue playing, make it a little bit more of a homey, loungy, comforting environment versus your average poker house.
Yep. Chef Justin, how's it going?
Good, how are y'all? How was the game?
Oh, it was
Great. Awesome.
Man, we just did a tasting and it could not have been better.
So we came at the new menu with the approach of what do they already love? What do the guests already really appreciate? And what can we build upon?
Good news is Bad Beat Bacon's still good from the second time. This is the best Bad Beat Bacon I think I've ever had.
I definitely think the Bad Beat Bacon was one of those items that kind of set the tone for where we wanted to take the direction of the menu and kind of some of the concepts.
And those eggs are just waiting to explode over there. The tater tots, all the stuff, you get all the stuff mixed with it, really good. The chicken sandwich was killer. It's thinking about fried chicken places, you think of Chick-fil-A, I'd put our chicken up against any of those.
Because I'm just such a nerd for chicken sandwiches and I love good coleslaw too.
So I haven't had, what is this? This is new. French toast steaks. Oh my gosh. Man.
That's a little piece of the Bad Beat Bacon on top.
This is the best dessert I've ever had.
With French toast, you can overcook it, undercook it, but
that's perfect. This stuff in Vegas would be like, that'd be $80. 3 times the price. It would literally be like $24.
All right, picking up on hand number 1. We are here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley for some 1-3 action tonight. Nicotine making his return to the stream, bumping it up to $9. Doneto calling behind with the ace. And we have Mr. Jackpot making the call with the 7s. We'll see if he's able to hit a high hand. Cajun Asian also coming along. And Easy Cheeks, defending his big blind, will also make the call, as does Newbie. So we are starting off with a 6-way flop. Cajun Asian flopping the open ender. Nicotine with the gut shot. And nobody actually making a pair, as the pocket 7s are still out in front. Nicotine will put out the continuation bet. Mr. Jackpot will let the best hand go. Cajun Asian will just make the call, looking for an ace or a 9, but you can see 2 9s have been folded and 2 aces. Diamond on the turn. Cajun Asian's gonna lead here, and this is probably going to work. Oh no, Doneto's going to call with the ace of diamonds. So Cajun Asian's going to have to bluff at this if he misses. He needs an ace, 9, jack, or 10. You can see he has 5 outs, but I think he's going to bluff if he misses. Both these players buying in for the same amount, I believe. They both bought in for 300. So here comes the river, and the diamond's gonna get there. Doneto with the nuts, and he's gonna go all in here, put in the Cajun Asian to the test, and Cajun Asian calls it off and gets the bad news. So first hand, and we already have somebody rebuying. Doneto on the stream last week, I believe he won over $2,000 on last week's stream. 1-3 stream. We do stream on Wednesday nights on the secondary channel here, Texas Card House. 3 different words. This is the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. So last week's big winner, picking up where he left off. So they'll get the rebuy taken care of, and we are hand number 2 coming your way as we got Ashley in the box, pitching the cards. Goes by Ash Cash. So seat 3 currently not in their seat, which will make action on newbie. So it is a $10 button straddle announced. So $10 on the button. You be making the call. Nicotine also making the call with the jacks. And Don Neto gonna see if he can make it 2 in a row here. Cajun Asian with the Queen 3, the San Francisco busboy. He'll check his option. And now we're going 5 ways to the flop. So first hand 6 ways. 6 out of 8, and second hand 5 ways to the flop as it's going to come 10 high. Don Neto flopping bottom pair with the 3s. Cajun Asian also with the 3, but he's going to let it go. And looks like it's going to be 2 in a row for Don Neto as he will flash the tray. Should be flashing up the player stack sizes here. You can see the Cajun Asian is already in for his second buy-in. And actually, the stack's not flashing up there. So I will definitely send a note to the production crew and let them know. Now keep in mind, this action is happening right now in Edinburg, Texas. However, it is streamed on a 15-minute delay. So you are seeing this on a 15-minute delay as I'm seeing this. So I will let the production crew know, and if they do fix it, it will take them 15 minutes to do so. Easy cheese with just the call with the ace 5. And he's going to flop top pair. River Rat with the gut shot. Don Neto with middle pair. And he's going to slow it down and check. $53 in the pot. Easy cheese. Going to bet exactly half pot. River Rat will call him with the gut shot, needing a king. And Don Neto will try to make it 3 in a row, needing a queen or a 6 to take the lead. And there's the queen. So as I mentioned earlier, Don Neto winning over $2,000 last week in a 1-3 game. And he's on his way to win 3 in a row here as he will turn trips. And we finally got that last seat taken. Is he going to show the queen? No, he shows the 6. So we do have a $10 button straddle, seat number 3 there, River Rat. So now we're 4 ways to a flop, as Nicotine will lead right out with the 7s, but Easy Cheese hitting a set and will immediately raise, not playing it slow. It's actually kind of a small raise, basically a min raise, as Nicotine made it 45 and he raises it to 55. And Nicotine is going with his hand. Gut shot for the Cajun Asian. He's going to have to let this go. And obviously, you can't be called the Cajun Asian if you're not representing the Saints. Got the Saint hoodie on, and he was very happy on Sunday. He'll finally let it go, and so I believe they're going to run it twice, as Nicotine needs a 7 to take the win. There's 1 left, as 1 has been folded. He could also go runner straight. That's not it. And that's not it either. So 4 hands in, 2 players have already doubled up, as Easy Cheese, who used the different lane last time on the stream, but was not successful. So he's changing his name up this time, and hopefully that brings him better luck. So 1 at 3, No Limit Texas Hold'em. Getting ready for hand number 5. You can see the button in seat number 5, playing 9-handed. And there will be no straddle this hand, as action will be on seat 8. That's going to be Pedro. Pedro will fold his hand. Mr. Jackpot. He has a hand to hit a jackpot with. Some suited connectors. Easy Cheese calling with the also suited connectors. And River Rat will take it up to 30 with the ladies. I could easily see Mr. Jackpot calling here. And that might bring along Easy Cheese, considering that he just doubled up. But he is going to make the fold. And it's going to be a gut shot straight draw for Mr. Jackpot, needing a 9. But River Rat's going to make him pay for it. Pretty big bet here coming from River Rat, as he's over betting the pot, betting $95. There was $60 in the pot, and he's going to bet 95, so pretty much pricing out any draws. So Easy Cheese with the double up. Last time he used the name Bubble Bass from SpongeBob, but he did not win last stream, so now he's changing it to Easy Cheese. Not sure if that's also a SpongeBob reference. $10 button straddle. Nicotine put into $10 out. And Don Neto will make the call. Oh, ace queen for Don Neto. It looks like nobody else is going to call, so no, Wreck-It Ralph. So Wreck-It Ralph raising it to 35. Does Don Neto put in the back raise? He does not. Don Neto has both of these opponents dominated. Needs to dodge a jack and a 10. And he's going to flop a flush draw. The initial raiser was Wreck-It Ralph, but he's going to slow down here. 5 coming on the turn. Nobody with a pair so far, but Don Neto is going to bet his draw now. $108 in the pot, and he puts out a pretty big bet here of 75, and that'll clear everybody out. So the reason seat number 9 is called Mr. Jackpot is because of the high hands. So there are high hands available here during the week at Texas Card House. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, $100 high hands with rollovers. 3 different qualifying periods, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 at night. And Mr. Jackpot there is very good at hitting the high hands. So Nicotine making the call with the Jack 9. Don Neto calling with the inferior Jack. The jacket. Queen 7 of clubs for Pedro. He'll make the fold. And the Cajun Asian with the straddle should be checking his option here. He really doesn't want to build a pot out of position. And he will do just that, as he is the only player with live cards. And he's going to hit 2 of the diamonds. The king high right now, pretty much tied with the flush draw. Don Neto gonna put out $5. And it looks like everybody's just gonna call the $5.
No tenor. The fact that he's bad has a smirk on his face is fucking awesome.
Jack coming on the turn. So literally a 2-outer for the Jack 8 and the Jack 9. Nicotine now betted $10. So 2 of the first 7 hands, the players overbetting on the turn. And now this hand is the total opposite, where the players are betting tiny and everybody's still in the hand. And it's going to come a double paired board. So Nicotine will win this hand if it goes to showdown. Easy Cheese going to put out a $15 bet. Oh, he's going to get Nicotine to fold. And Nicotine's not going to like when he sees. Oh, Don Neto turning his hand into a bluff here. No. Is he going to fold? Nah, he's going to pay him off, right? It's only $15. So Nicotine is going to realize that he would have won the hand if he would have called the $15, as his 9 kicker would have played. It would have been jacks and 4s with a 9 kicker, but instead it is Don Neto winning the hand with jacks and 4s with an 8 kicker. So pretty much that bet sizing on the flop, $5. There was a $10 straddle pre-flop, $5 bet on the flop, $10 bet on the turn, $15 bet on the river, as it went 4 ways to the flop. It's really a play that I would expect from seat number 5 there. Seat number 5, he goes by Newbie. So maybe they're taking a page out of Newbie's playbook. So Easy Cheese raising with the 7s. And we are going 4 ways to the flop. Just one overcard coming, so might put out the continuation bet as there's $69 in the pot. As a matter of fact, I would have liked to see a continuation bet. Don Neto hitting bottom pair. Betting. Cajun Asian making top pair, should be making the call here. And we'll see what the 7s do. 7s are going to make the call as well. So club on the turn. And it is a 5. And that's going to give Cajun Asian a 5 as the board was actually 9 high. So something picking up wrong on the reader. We could see it is 9, 6, deuce, 5. So the flop is actually 9, 6, deuce, 5. The 7's still out in front right now, looking to avoid a deuce or a 5, and does just that. And it looks like Easy Cheese is going to bet. Small bet, $40 into a $200 pot. And it looks like it's going to get paid off as Don Neto Don Neto's going to pay it off. Nice hand. So Don Neto starting off hot. Easy Cheese taking the torch from him. And we have an under the gun straddle, and we have a double straddle. So Wreck-It Ralph with the double straddle. It's in at 12, which will put the action on Newbie. Newbie folded the suited king. Nicotine making the call with the queen 8 offsuit. Don Neto going to be playing this 7-4 of diamonds. Pedro should be folding. Mr. Jackpot making the fold as well. River Rat putting in the raise, but it is small. Only a $36 raise into the pot that was straddled $12 that already had 3 callers in front. So good idea on the raise, bad idea on the sizing. Let's see what type of flop he gets. All right, we're going 4 ways to the flop. Ace Queen out in front right now. And we will see a 5, 6, 9 board. So Don Neto flopping open-ended. River Rat going to continue on. He does currently have the best hand right now, but hard to know as there are 3 other players in the hand with him. Has some backdoor flush draws. Wreck-It Ralph will let it go. Nicotine makes the call with the gut shot. Needs a 7. And Don Neto also going to come along. A club. Club for fun. Oh, ace of diamonds right on the turn. So now River Rat gonna size it up, putting out $100. I think Don Neto's gonna call him with the open ender. Ooh, he makes the fold. And he wants him to rabbit hunt it, but we do not rabbit hunt here. So these players started playing just after 6 o'clock. And since we were on a 15-minute delay, that is when we started streaming. We are live on the YouTube chat. I did see some comments earlier. No sound. This is not good. Okay, let's... Okay, so... Yeah, so... There was sound. It was just an issue with one of the viewers didn't have sound, but we do have sound. Or let me just double check and ask. Cajun Asian with the threes makes the call. Newbie raising it up with the 10-7. And we're going 5 ways to the flop. $125 in the middle. Burn is down. And I don't think somebody's cards got scanned properly. So we'll let the graphics catch up real quick. And while they're doing that, we'd like to remind you about the high hands. When we started playing, the high hand was scheduled to pay out at 6 o'clock, $500, but I believe it rolled over because we are already past 6 o'clock as we are 6:43. Aces full of 10s or better to qualify. Must use both hold cards. So the graphics will catch up. Burn is down, and now we will see 3. Open-ended for Wreck-It Ralph. Bottom pair and a gut shot for Newbie. And he's going to bet it. Right at a half pot size bet. Wreck-It Ralph going to call, looking for an ace or a 9. So Newbie does not want to make 2 pair with his 9. And the ace coming right on the turn. Wreck-It Ralph makes the check. Newbie bets again. And he is getting called for sure, maybe raised. And there's the raise. And Newbie gonna have to make the fold. Or should be making the fold. And he finally does make the fold. Getting ready for hand number 11. Pedro coming in with the raise. And you can see people like to see flops here in Texas, as Newbie's going to be doing an add-on. Queen high flop coming, as the Cajun Asian will flop top pair. $101 in the pot. Pedro, your initial raiser, going to put out the continuation bet. And Cajun Asian is going to go all in here. Don Neto with the gut shot. Thinking about calling, which is why I thought he would call earlier with an open ender. But he wound up folding that open ender. And looks like he's going to fold this gut shot. And Pedro's pretty much priced in, as it's 92 total. So Pedro looking for a club or an ace. Needs help. So there's one of the cards that can help him, but the last card does not, as the Queen Jack offsuit will scoop the $285 pot. So easy cheese there in seat number 2. Doubled up early on and ordered a tableside massage. Living the life. So tableside massage is available here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. $1 a minute. And we do have a straddle under the gun coming from Nicotine here. Looks like $13 to play.
Sun came out. Old school movie. British version.
And Doneto calling with the Ace-3, also known as the Baskin Robbins. 31 flavors. Wreck-It Ralph also going to be calling with his better ace. And Nicotine going to be checking his option with the Jack-6. And Nicotine's going to hit his jack. $42 in the middle. Nicotine going to bet just over half pot. Bet's about 2/3 pot. $30 bet. That should take it down. And does. So I believe we're good with the sound. I'm just checking the comments here real quick. We do have access to the comments on YouTube.
Hey, you know what I like? I like Grande.
And I believe that is right on the start and stacks. Somebody was asking about the start and stack sizes. The minimum for the stream game is $300. Howdy.
You get rice, you get fried. Oh, baby. Right here, welcome. I didn't see it. Yeah, what is it? fuckable guy. Just letting y'all know now.
So we are going 6 ways to the flop.
My hand's very fuckable. Just let y'all know now.
And a 6 coming in the window, followed by an ace and a queen.
Use your imagination.
Cajun Nation flopping the best pair.
I made a free card. Let's do it.
And it's going to go check around. Deuce coming on the turn. Cajun Nation was still the best hand, but that's going to give some outs to both Newbie and Nicotine. And Nicotine is going to bet his gut shot to the tune of $25. Mr. Jackpot calling with second pair. Cajun Asian also making the call. And Newbie will get out of the way. Seven coming on the river, which will seal the win for the Cajun Asian. And looks like Nicotine is going to bluff. He turned a gut shot, rivered an open ender, but no more cards are coming, so he's putting out $70, hoping that nobody has an ace to call him. Mr. Jackpot's thinking about calling him here. And that'll make the Cajun Asian's decision harder. So Cajun Asian was calling for sure if Mr. Jackpot folded. And now he's worried that somebody has two pair. And we saw this earlier where somebody folded the best hand. That time it was Nicotine that folded the best hand. And this time, looks like he might be getting the Cajun Asian to fold the best hand. I think he's going to fold. Oh, he makes the crying call, ready to muck his hand, but he's going to be happy when he sees the Queen 10 of Mr. Jackpot. So $345 pot there. Who dat?
What do you mean?
I got thrown to my first hand.
No.
Yes.
What was it?
So seat
What happened?
or Wreck-It Ralph thinks the Cajun Asian is up big, but he was just informed that he actually lost the first hand. He lost his buy-in the first hand. So the buy-in is normally $100 here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley for the 1-3 game. But whenever we do stream, we make the buy-in essentially 100 bigs, as the minimum buy-in is 300.
I'll do whatever. I'll play whatever y'all want to play. I'll play the dancing game.
So Wreck-It Ralph raising it with the 8-5, and everybody's going to be calling. We have been multi-ways to every flop tonight, and tonight no different, as it'll come 9-9 deuce. Don Neto with the pocket threes has the best hand, and we'll bet it. You can see it's hard to make a pair. Nice line from Don Neto there. Was really just worried about the 9, because even if somebody has a deuce, he has the deuce beat. So he took the initiative, and there was really a lot of turn cards he did not want to see. So he decided to bet, and Hope that nobody had a 9, and nobody did have a 9. And the players have just agreed for the small blind game. So small blind game making a return to the stream. You can see those chips on top of the button, in front of the button, and I'll break down the small blind game for you.
The first one I got here was an all in.
So just going over the chat right now. Seems to be pretty lively tonight. But I'll get back to the chat. First, let's explain the small blind game if you are not familiar with it. So every time a player is on the button, they add a predetermined amount to the button. In this case, the players have agreed to $5. Those chips on the button is a bonus available to the small blind of that particular hand. So take, for example, this hand. Only Don Neto is able to win the bonus. And the way you win the bonus is by winning the pot. Flop's going to come 9 high. Everybody missing. The ace-king still in front. And he's going to go all in here. And this is going to work. So now the button will slide over to Don Neto, and he will add $5 to the button as part of the small blind game. And now the player to his left will be eligible for the bonus. So basically, there's a 1 in 9 chance, that you will win the pot. We're playing 9-handed, but it is actually less for the small blind just because they're going to be in the worst position. So essentially, of the 9 players right now, the small blind, statistically speaking, is just has the least chance to win the hand. So if they're able to win the hand, they get a bonus, and that bonus will continue to build. Right now, it is $10. If the small blind does not win the hand, then he will add $5 to it and not be eligible until the button comes around again. All right, Nicotine with the jacks. Basically a min raise here, as there was a double straddle to 20. Don Neto going to be playing his button with the suited king. So Pedro folding, which means Mr. Jackpot will be eligible for the small blind bonus next hand. Cajun Asian also with the suited king, and he has $10 out there, so he will be making the call. The double straddle easy cheese calling blind. It's only $20 more. He calls blind, which I think normally he's calling with most hands, but sometimes you're going to be raising, and that's why you want to look at your cards. Take, for example, if you had aces or kings there, then he would have wanted to raise. And he's going to hit a pair. Nicotine's going with it with his jacks. Nobody has a queen. He might get looked up by easy cheese here as, oh, was it easy cheese that went all in? Now, I'm pretty sure easy cheese checked, and Nicotine is the one going all in, and that does not look like 188. That's 135. That's about 150. 151. There you go. There's the exact count. I'm not sure if Easy Cheese has looked at his cards yet, but I think he might call here with middle pair. He's not going to like it when he sees the jacks of Nicotine. Yes, he's going to make the call. He thinks he's able to hit a jack as well, but you can see he only has 2 outs, and I don't know if those 2 outs are live. Oh, picking up an open-ender, and he will miss. So Nicotine with the win. All right, let's see here. Like I said, it looks like we have a lot of action in the chat tonight, as we are live on the YouTube chat. So Logan didn't have sound at the beginning, but that got taken care of. I think it was an issue on his end. Yeah, I had two people in the chat saying the sound is good. So 10-6 offsuit for Easy Cheese. Just lost the last hand. Should be folding this hand. He actually thought that the action was on the small blind, but that is not a straddle. If it's on top of the button, it is part of the small blind game. Nicotine just making the call with the suited ace, and Don Neto will bump it up with the Jack 5. Cajun Asian in the big blind defending his blind, and we will be going 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to come 7 high, 2 diamonds. Mr. Jackpot flopping the best hand with top pair. He will be raising an immediate raise. And Don Neto's going to make the call here with a gut shot? No, he needs a jack for a straight. A jack for a pair. He does hit a pair, but it is a 5. And now he's going to have to call off the all-in here. So Don Neto looking for a jack or a 5. Must be a fan of Motown. Let's see if he goes runner, runner. No, he's not going to go runner, runner, as the win will go to Mr. Jackpot. So as I said, a lively chat. Apparently there was no sound. And then the person who was able to hear me did not want to hear me. Actually, the jokester is actually in the building, Jorge Peña. Can I get you a massage while you commentate? No, I appreciate the offer, but I can't do 2 things at once. So Andrew actually watching us here from Texas, Wichita Falls. I've been to Wichita Falls, Iowa City to be exact. I believe it's, no, Iowa Park. Iowa Park, is that correct? Yeah. So River Rat making it 14 with the ace-jack. Nicotine calling with the 5-6. Don Neto calling with the 7-4. Together they have a 4-card straight. Cajun Asian also with the 5-6 makes the call. And Easy Cheese defending his big blind, as we're going 5 ways to a flop. And it's going to be a low flop. Don Neto with the 7-4 going to flop a straight, as does the Cajun Asian. So we're about to see some fireworks. Nicotine with the 2 pair puts out the raise. And Don Neto might put out the 3-bet here just because of the diamonds on the board. If he puts out the raise, oh, he's putting it all in. And you can see immediately the Cajun Asian leaning back in his seat saying, what did I get myself into? And the reason why he called with the 5-6 is because of the small blind game. There's $20. There's a $20 bonus that he was going after. And you could see it has gotten him in trouble. And he's actually sharing the same hand with Nicotine, so they're sharing each other's outs, which makes the full house coming even less likely. The only thing he has going for him is that he does have a diamond in his hand, where Nicotine does not. He does have top 2. And he is not liking life. We saw him make the correct call earlier with the ace on the river. Let's see if he makes the correct fold now. It's real hard to put players on hands when you're going multi-ways to the flop. And he makes the good fold. Very good fold. Nicotine's not going to be able to fold, though. Nicotine's going to make the call. There's the call. Once or twice. Don Neto says he never runs it twice, but he'll run it twice this time. He actually said it in Spanish. So, Nicotine, not going to like it. Cajun Asian going to love his fold. Nicotine going to need a 5 or a 6, going to have 4 chances to hit it, as they will run it twice. So twice is announced. Nicotine needing a 5 or 6. He only has 2 outs.
I mean, that's good. That's not bad. That's good. That's good. You're good. You're good there. That's not good.
So it'll be a scoop for Don Neto. Flopping the nuts. And Nicotine in disbelief. Trying to catch up with the chat, as I am the only one in the booth. Solving live poker. Calling Texas the mecca of poker currently. I do agree with that statement when it comes to cash games. So Andrew asking what the cap is on the game. Now the stream game's a little different. The stream game is a match the stack game. So it's $1,000 cap on the 1-3, but it is match stack. And that is the same setup as the normal 1-3. All right, so under the gun straddle. The chips on top of the button are part of the small blind game. And Don Neto just winning a big hand, and he immediately turns to Pedro on the left and starts telling him a bad beat story. He's going to have the Queen Jack of Spades making the raise. And the 5-6 once again for the Cajun Asian. And he's going to play it once again. And we're going 6 ways to the flop. Pick me. And it is going to be all clubs. Easy cheese. flopping the flush, and he's going to bet 35, just over half pot. It is all clubs. I believe that Jack of Diamonds is a 9 of clubs, and looks like everybody's going to fold.
Quickly, you're like a ninja.
Hey, lessons. Maestro.
Put down your chips.
I took it. Mine raises to 25.
All right, Pedro with the ace-king, making it 25 here. Looks like I'm all caught up with the chat. We do have a semi-moderator tonight, as one of the players who plays here at the Texas Card House is actually playing right now, not on the stream, but on one of the outer tables. He is watching the stream and pretty much answering all the questions. So I do appreciate that. The only question I'm wondering is, will we have a heads-up flop tonight, as every flop has been multi-ways? Queen high on the board, open-ended for Mr. Jackpot, gut shot for the ace-king, bottom pair for Don Neto, and the best pair for newbie with the 9s. But newbie has to fold. Hard to blame him. Jack coming on the turn. The ace-8, the best hand. And the ace-8 will place a wager. Only 25. That's going to get the ace-king to fold. But Mr. Jackpot going to be looking for a straight. His king and 10 are also live. And he's going to miss. Almost $300 in the middle. Don Neto going to put out a tiny bet. And Mr. Jackpot doesn't even think about bluffing. Immediate fold. Flashing the 10. And we do have a dealer change. So while the dealer changes, we will remind everybody about our $20 tournament every Friday night here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. $20 to buy in, 20,000 starting stack, 20-minute levels every Friday at 6 and Sundays at 4. $2,000 guaranteed. Super, super fun tournament. Fun for all ages. Also, got the PLO quads going on. This is good for anybody playing Pot Limit Omaha or Bomb Pots, as the top board does qualify. I believe the hand right now is quad jacks, and the jackpot is $300 at last check. So we do have the dealer change. Nobody, I believe, has won the small blind game yet. You know what? Easy Cheese won it when he flopped the flush, which is one of the reasons why he let out. It was about $30 when he won it. So somebody has won the small blind game. It did reset. And Doneto with the Jack 10 will call the straddle. $12 straddle coming from Nicotine. 10-6 of diamonds, it's suited, and the Cajun Asian will call. Easy Cheese with the K9 making the call, and Wreck-It Ralph also comes along as we are going 5 ways to a flop. Ace high right on the flop, 2 clubs. Wreck-It Ralph with the ace. And nobody else has much of anything. Trips on the turn for Wreck-It Ralph. And he's going to check again, hoping somebody bluffs at this pot. There is a heart draw on the board now. And looks like Easy Cheese is going to represent it. I actually don't mind this bet here, as it does get checked twice. But this time it's not going to work out. Should be an immediate fold from Easy Cheese here. He knows he got caught, and he will make the fold. And Wreck-It Ralph flashing the 9. So normally on the bottom of the screen, the Went to Showdown statistics will flash up on the bottom. They are trying to correct the problem. They have been notified of the problem. The production crew has been notified. As I said, we're on a 15-minute delay. So once I saw the graphics weren't working on the bottom, it's really not a huge deal. The biggest reason, at least for me, the biggest reason why I like to see those graphics is the players' stack sizes will flash up on there. But keep in mind, anytime the action is on the player, you'll be able to see how much chips they have in their stack. So the graphics on the bottom make it more convenient, but you can see Newbie there in seat 5 has $800 in his stack. And Nicotine with the Ace-King suited has $350 in his stack. So we can still figure out the player stack sizes, and obviously just by glancing over at them can get a rough estimate. Cajun Agent with the Queen Jack won a big hand earlier with it. We'll take it for a spin again. And we're going 3 ways to a flop. $10 high flop. Nicotine, your initial raiser. Reaching for chips. Looks like 30. It's 40. I believe that's going to do the trick. No. Wreck-It Ralph with a plan. So Wreck-It Ralph going to be bluffing this turn no matter what comes out. Unless if it's an ace or king, I guess. Oh, that's a perfect bluff card for him. Ooh, Nicotine is not going to let him bluff. So Wreck-It Ralph had a plan. Nicotine is not going to let him use the plan. So Nicotine, having the Ace-King suited, was pretty much willing to die with that hand there. So pool hall junkies in the house. Nicotine winning last hand, now calling with the nut low. And you can see that there's still chips on top of the button there as part of the small blind game. Ace high coming on the flop. And it is Newbie with the ace deuce. And Wreck-It Ralph with the nut flush draw. Does have a king high flush draw, but the ace is on the board. We might be getting stacks in here, as I could easily see Wreck-It Ralph just going with this hand. He does have the nut draw. He has some backdoor draws as well. But he is min raised. The newbie with the min raise. And it's going to slow down Wreck-It Ralph as he just makes the call. Like a black 7. Okay, so yeah, he's going with it now. The only question is, can Newbie take the heat, or is he going to check back? Oh, he's sizing up here. Wait, those are stacks of 75. There's no way Wreck-It Ralph folds here. He's thinking about raising. He knows his opponent probably has the ace as he got raised on the flop, and now his opponent is betting. Wreck-It Ralph not folding. He's thinking about, do I raise? And he just makes the call. So Wreck-It Ralph needing a king, an 8, or a heart. He does have 7 live outs that you can see on top of your screen. And he's going to miss. And that's going to be a terrible card for him because that's going to give Newbie 2 pair. As Newbie liked this hand before, now he's going to love his hand. And he might be going all in here. There's $400 in the pot. And he will put out 2 stacks of 75, so 150. Wreck-It Ralph knows that he's beat, but he also knows he's getting a very good price.
Chicken berry pecan salad from over there from Baca. It's pretty good. They serve some good food.
Couple of draws missing, the 7-8, the 7-4, the 3-4, but he's going to be making the good fold here. I thought they would have got it all in, either on the flop or on the turn. And let's see if Nicotine adds to that button. There's the $5. Looks like 15 on top of there now. As part of the small blind game, that is not a straddle. The chips in front of the button are a straddle. All right, so somebody asking on how we know the cards. So right after this hand, I'll break that down. So there's a $10 button straddle, $15 on top of the button as part of the small blind game. And actually, Andrew, answering the question in the chat for me, but I'll still break it down after the hand. Hashtag technology. So thought we might be seeing a heads-up flop, but once again, a multi-way flop. Queen high coming on the board. Cajun Asian flopping the best hand with the 8. Nicotine with the overcard and the backdoor draws makes the call. And Cajun Asian calling with the best hand. Wreck-It Ralph making a pair now, slows down. Nicotine continuing on with the betting. I think Cajun Asian feels like something might be up here, but it's going to be hard for him to call with a player behind him. He also has the ace of clubs, 2 clubs on the board. So that means it's less likely that his opponent has a flush draw. Like I said, he feels like something's up, but he can't make the call. So it is correct what Andrew said. It is RFID as far as the chips. So these are special cards. They have a little chip in them. The cards are actually a little bit thicker, and which is why sometimes you see the dealers struggling when they shuffle the cards, because they're not used to shuffling these cards that are a little bit thicker. They do have a special RFID chip, and you can see in front of each player there's essentially a bullseye, and the dealer will pitch the cards to that area, and that's what scans the cards. That way you can see what the players have. All right, Easy with Cheese should be raising here, but just calls. I think one of the reasons why it looks like he's finishing off his dinner. Nicotine calling with the 9-4 of hearts. And Doneto calling with the Jack-9. Pedro, he is eligible for the small blind game. He is the only one eligible, and he's going after it. So going after the bonus, and he is going to get looked up by Easy Cheese here. And he's going to be in horrible shape. He thought he might have live cards, but you can see he is dominated. So Easy Cheese, yes, indeed, does make the call, and that should clear everybody else out. And does. So Pedro's not going to be happy about the situation. 1, he's not happy that somebody called, but 2, once he sees he's dominated, he needs a jack.
Or a jack. A jack now. No!
So Pedro making a move, going after the bonus, gets him in trouble. Really cool to see in the chat is a lot of these players have fans online, friends and family online, making comments in the chat. And Pedro will be rebuying here. So, as I said, the circle that you see in front of each player, essentially it looks like a bullseye, the circle within the circle within the circle. You can see when the dealer pitches out the cards, he or she will try to land the cards as close to that circle as possible, and then the players will make sure that the cards scan properly. And that is how we're able to see their hold cards.
I would.
So 2 different moving parts behind the scene. The first one is the action tracker, as there is somebody talking with the dealer, or shall I say the dealer's talking with somebody, letting them know what the bet sizes are. So that person is set up in the same building in a different room. So they keep track of the bet sizes, and they make sure that the cards are scanned properly. Now, the way the software is set up, they only know if the cards got scanned. They don't know what the cards are until after the hand. So once the hand finishes, the hold cards for the person keeping track of the action get revealed. So that's one firewall there. The second firewall is that we're on a 15-minute delay. That way, just in case if for whatever reason a player is able to get information on somebody's hand, then it'll be 15 minutes after the fact. We are streaming. I'm in the same building. However, I'm in a different room, separate room from the production crew, a separate room from the streaming room, obviously. So I'm on a 15-minute delay watching this with you and doing my best to commentate. And, of course, if you don't like the commentating, you can just always turn the volume down. Or as Chubbs suggested, putting it on 1.5x. So Cajun Asian making the straight, getting paid off. So they are adding $5 to the button. You can see it is 718. The iPad in front of the dealer there, 718. When this hand got played. And of course, since we're on the 15-minute delay, it's actually 7:33 right now in Texas. But as I said, you could see very clearly the 15-minute delay built in. And like I said, the reason for that is we don't want these players getting any information they shouldn't have. So the 15-minute delay helps eliminate that, as the players are not allowed to have their phones at the table. King 10 of clubs for the Cajun Asian. He does have the bonus of the small blind game, as he is the small blind. He's going to raise it up to $26. And River Rat's going to call him with the same hand. Wreck-It Ralph also makes the call. Doneto making the call with the King 8 of hearts. And Mr. Jackpot also calling with hearts. Queen high. So 5 ways to the flop we go. Jeremiah dealing out the cards this hour. And it's going to come ace, ace, 6. As Mr. Jackpot will make the best hand with the pair of 6s. But it is the Cajun Asian who's going to represent the ace. Tiny bet here. $133 in the pot. He bets about 10% of the pot. He does get 2 players to fold, but 2 players make the call. River Rat looking for a spade and gets a spade. Let's see if he bets his. Cajun Asian will put on the brakes. And everybody checking. Let's see if the Cajun Asian bluffs the river here. $178 in the pot. Oh, and it's going to give 2 pair for Mr. Jackpot. It's probably going to go check down. And Mr. Jackpot will show the hand. And as I said earlier, the reason why he's going by Mr. Jackpot is he hits a unproportionate amount of high hands during the progressive high hand period here. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 3 different qualifying periods, 1 in the morning, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., 1 in the afternoon, and 1 at night. Aces full of 10s to qualify must use both cards, and usually daily, these jackpots will get up to over $500. Straddle announced.
We have a $10 undergun straps and a live strap.
All right, I finally have somebody telling me I'm doing a good job. I do appreciate that, and I know, or at least I hope most of the people that are saying anything are pretty much joking. But like I said, I mean, you do have the option of just turning the volume down as well. Oh, this should be a raise here. A big raise. There's $64 in the pot. I like 100. No, I like 75. I take it back. It's going to be 72. 77. Highway 77. One of the major thoroughfares down here in South Texas. Runs north and south. Oh, Wreck-It Ralph calling with the suited connectors. Wreck-It Ralph calling with 4 high. And Pedro's thinking about making the call. I'm pretty sure Mr. Jackpot is going to make the call. One of the reasons why he hits so many high hands is because he's here right when the card house opens at 9 a.m. He's here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right at 9 a.m. So pretty simple there. You got to be in it to win it. And of all the players that play here, he is the one that's normally here. Oh, he's going to make the fold. Okay. So we have 4 high versus ace high. Let's see if Wreck-It Ralph is able to get lucky. All spades. And it's probably going to go check, check. $200 in the middle. Nobody with an ace, and it will go check, check. There's the ace. And that was a real bad card for Wreck-It Ralph, and he knows it. I think he had plans for the turn. The second time, he floats the flop with plans, and the second time, he's not able to execute his plan. An immediate fold from Wreck-It Ralph. As we are up to over 100 viewers on all our platforms tonight. We are streaming on YouTube. It is the secondary channel for the Texas Card House. There are 2 different channels that the Texas Card House streams on. TCH Live, which is the main channel, and Texas Card House. I know pretty much every stream I mention this, and I also know pretty much every stream somebody finds out for the first time. So if you are not subscribed to this channel, make sure you take care of that right now, as there are different streams throughout the state of Texas on this channel as well. 6 different Texas Card House locations, 4 of them stream, and each of them stream at least twice a week, not counting special events. So that is why the secondary channel is needed. We stream on the secondary channel on Wednesday nights. Normally it's going to be a 1-3 hold'em, and then on Friday nights we do play a bigger game. Sometimes it'll be 2-5, sometimes it'll be Keo Low. But that's why you need to be subscribed to the channels to stay in the know. Nicotine just calling with the ace queen. And Mr. Jackpot also just calling with the king jack. That's going to bring along, Easy Cheese. As a matter of fact, he's going to raise. I do like this play using the power of the button. River Rat calling, going after the small blind bonus. Wreck-It Ralph defending his big blind, and everybody else also making the call. So 5 ways to the flop. And it's going to come ace high with 2 hearts. So big flop coming here for Nicotine as he flops top pair with the heart. And Easy Cheese will put out the continuation bet. I know it's not going to work, but I do like this play. I know it's very easy to be results oriented on whether or not a certain play works or not. But you can see he is getting called by the ace queen. So what's probably going to happen is both these players are going to check, and then he's going to check and get to see an extra card for free. Oh, 2 pair for Mr. Jackpots, but he checks like I said. All right, so I like the bet on the flop. I do not like this bet if Easy Cheese puts one out. Once he bet the flop and he got 2 callers, I think you're pretty much checking any turn. So Nicotine going to be calling. And is Mr. Jackpot's just going to call 2? So Easy Cheese is actually drawn dead, but he has been the pre-flop raiser. He bet the flop, he bet the turn, and here comes the river. And it's going to be a red card, but it is not a heart. And Easy Cheese is finally going to slow down, right? No, he's going to bet again. Both players might call him here. Mr. Jackpot call him for sure. Oh, he said all in? Well, this is interesting. Mr. Jackpot asking for a count because he was obviously calling the $80 from Easy Cheese. And this... Oh, he folds the best hand. So Nicotine with the blocker had the ace of hearts. And he is going to take down the pot. And Nicotine shows.
Got a beat? Got 2 pair, huh?
You got a top pair beat?
Yeah, top pair.
And I thought he owns a book here.
Who's the dealer? Who's the dealer? Put your 5 down? Yeah, he is. You got King Jack over there or what, buddy?
So we have some viewers from across the state. We even have some viewers from Canada. We're actually right on the border. We're right on the U.S.-Mexico border.
3 to play, 3 to play.
So we are in South Texas, like I said, right on the U.S.-Mexico border, where the Rio Grande River comes to an end and SpaceX begins. I'm very interested as we're almost 2 hours into the stream and we still have not had a heads up flop yet. Wreck-It Ralph making it 75 with the jacks. River Rat might call him with the button. He does have pocket 8s too. Yep, he's going to be calling. So Wreck-It Ralph looking to avoid an ace or a king in his mind. But it turns out it's the crazy 8 that he needs to avoid. And the ace comes right on the flop. It's going to go check. Oh, River Rat representing the ace. I like it. And you can see that Wreck-It Ralph is disgusted. I think he's going to fold here, and I don't blame him. Yep. Here comes the fold. Nice play by River Rat. Is he flipping a coin here? It's the same on every side. And this is only going to leave River Rat 158 behind, which makes it look even stronger. Nah, I think he's folding. I think he might be trying to get a read by posturing here. But I think he's going to fold. He wants to call. Oh, he's asking him if he's going to show him if he folds. Like I said, he's trying to get a read here. And he's got an answer. I don't know what the answer was. Oh! He puts them all in. So whatever the answer was, River Rat failed the test. And now River Rat is disgusted. So Wreck-It Ralph asked a question, and he didn't like the answer he got, so he went with his read, and it was the correct read. And River Rat is just saying, I have too much in the pot to fold. River Rat is looking for a river. They're going to run it twice here. So all in, jacks versus 8 with an ace on the flop. Neither player believed the other player, and they were both right. None of them had the ace. So twice.
Yeah.
River Rat looking for an 8.
Oh my.
So huge pot for Wreck-It Ralph.
And it was just the guy with me.
Oh!
It's the aces right there.
And it turns out that he called for the bonus. The small blind game, he was in the small blind, and that factored in. I mean, obviously that was not the only reason why he called,
Barrows, table 9.
but he factored in the bet size from River Rat. He factored in the answer to the question, and then he factored in the small blind bonus. And those things all equal a call, and he's going to win the pot.
You won one. That was you. That was you.
I already called. I can jack.
And I lifted my jack.
I know.
I thought you were showing that.
Small blind, big one. We have a $10 button straddle. $10 button straddle. That should start in the small blind.
So somebody in the chat asking, is running it twice a decision made by the players? And that is yes, both players have to agree. Both players have to agree on whether or not to run it twice. Me personally, I never run it twice. Some players like to run it twice. And some players, it depends on what they have, depending on whether or not they run it twice. But it's very, 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 very rare that I'll run it twice. Always once. One time. Can only get lucky once. All right, Jack high flop coming. Both the Cajun Asian and River Rat hitting the Jack. So the River Rat might get in trouble again. Wreck-It Ralph looking to play his rush as he has some backdoor outs. Needs a club to pick up a flush draw or a 9 to pick up a straight draw. There's the club. And it just might go check to him. No, River Rat puts out a small bet of $25 into a $130 pot. That's going to be a really good price for Wreck-It Ralph to call. Cajun Asian should be making the call here as it's only $25. And there is the call. So Wreck-It Ralph looking for a club. River Rat looking for a 9. And it's going to be a 4. That does put a 4-liner to the straight, which means Wreck-It Ralph should bluff at this if it is checked to him. Bluff incoming. This is a great river card for him to bluff, and he knows that. And he will put out the bluff. Does River Rat make the call? 3, 4, 5, 6. So any 7, any deuce making the straight. And River Rat is thinking about this, but I think he's going to let it go. Oh, no, he makes the call. So each player making a good call against each other as Wreck-It Ralph is figuring out how he called with just a pair of jacks there. So Jack's good. Last hand for Wreck-It Ralph. And now River Rat returning the favor with the jack and the great call on the river. All right, so another $5 added to the button as part of the small blind game as we are up to hand 32 here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Pocket sixes for the Cajun Asian, just makes the call. An easy cheese with the Cowboys. So we got the Cowboys versus the Saints. Cowboys are favorite right now. Cajun Asian, the Saint. Gonna be making the call here. Oh, he only has one out. You can see the Queen 6 just got folded. So heads up to a flop we go. And it's gonna come Jack 8-8. $3 raise from the Cajun Asian. He gets immediately raised. A $3 bet from the Cajun Asian gets immediately raised to 15. And he's going to be calling here. Cajun Asian looking for a 6. There's one left, the 6 of clubs. And that is a backward 6, also known as a 9. Oh, it's going to go check, check. And there's the king. Oh, football square, football square. And he's telling him to fold. He bets $15, tells him to fold, and he's going to show his hand to get a football square. So there's the fold, and here is the football square. So during the week, football squares are given out to the Sunday night game, And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Kansas City at Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken. I will double check that. So if you make a full house, it doesn't have to win, and you only have to use one card, you will get a football square for the Sunday night game. You will get a football square for the Sunday night game. So that's what they're taking care of right now. Can win up to $1,000 on Sunday night. Yeah, the Sunday night game, it is the Chiefs at Atlanta. So Nicotine with the 4 has the best hand and will win the pot. And was he the small blind? No, he was on the button. So Doneto will add $5 to the button. $6 under the gun straddle announced. Under the gun, UTG, which means action will be on Easy Cheese. King 4 into the muck. He's still working on that salad. Wreck-It Ralph making the $21 call. Nicotine calling with the 7s. And the Cajun Asian defended his straddle. Kind of the theme of the night, multi-way to another flop. This time we are 5-handed. It's going to come ace high, and I believe nobody has an ace. No, River Rat has an ace. And he's going to bet $15. Very interesting bet sizing tonight as we have had players bet really, really small and really, really big. So $15 into a $100 pot. Nicotine senses weakness, and he's going to raise with his gut shot. It's not going to get rid of River Rat. Oh, I'm sorry. Nicotine has a set. Thought he had Queen 10. He has a set. A king would be gross. It's a 5. Oh, that's also a bad card because now River Rat has 2 pair. Oh, River Rat's hit all in. And he's going to get the bad news very quickly. There's the bad news. He's not drawn dead. He needs an ace. They are asking once or twice. They're going twice. So River Rat needing an ace. Needs to hit it on the river. Oh, quads. Quadzilla. I don't think he gets a football square because I think it just counts on the first board. A full house or better for the football square, but it just counts on the first board, I believe. And he's just making sure they're going to get a countdown on the chips to make sure he has them covered. You can see it's over $1,000 pot. So do appreciate the assistance, as there is a player who is playing on the main floor, not on the stream, but he is watching the stream and letting everybody know about the payout. So it was a rollover. So it's $250 every time, and it is a rollover from last game. So some of the scores didn't hit. So now it's going to be 500, 500, 750, and 750. So that's a really, really good payout for the football squares. And Phony Turgeson reminding everybody, and also Morgan reminding everybody, make sure you do hit that like button. Oh, let me get that off. Guess what? Another multi-way pot. Ace high coming on the flop. That's going to give the best hand to the Cajun Asian, but it is Wreck-It Ralph who makes the bet. Mr. Jackpot calling with the inferior ace. Cajun Asian should also be making the call, especially since he has the ace of spades. He might be thinking about raising here, as it was a small bet. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Not worried about the flush draw since he has the ace of spades in his hand. And even if somebody has a flush draw, one, he has the blocker, a blocker, and two, he can go runner for a better flush. Wreck-It Ralph, knowing that one of these opponents has an ace, but he does have position. You can see the small blind. Mr. Jackpot does make the fold. So Wreck-It Ralph looking for an 8 or a 5. A 5 will chop the pot. $270 in the middle. The Cajun Asian with 210 in his stack. Looks a little more. No, 210 because he has whites behind there. So I think he has to check or go all in. I really don't think there's a bet sizing he can put out here that makes a lot of sense. He has 210 in his stack, 270 in the pot. So he really can't bet $100 here and leave himself with $100 behind. It's pretty much check or all in. Those are his two options. And he's going to go with option number 2, the all in. And you can see that Wreck-It Ralph might be getting the proper price to call here in his mind. He's asking questions. Oh, he's making the call. So he's going to need an 8. There are a couple of chop outs. A 9 or a 5 will chop the pot. Aces and 9s or 5s with a queen kicker. So he does have a decent amount of chop outs, but only has the 8 for the all-out win. Believe they're going one time. That is not a chop out. Tripped aces, queen, 10 kicker. So the hand he is playing is the 3 aces with the queen as a kicker and the 10 as a kicker. That's his best 5 cards. And Wreck-It Ralph is actually not even playing his kicker, as he's playing 3 aces with a queen and a 9. So it is the best 5-card hand. Two or 1 card from your hand, and 3 or 4 cards from the board. So River Rat losing his buy-in. I'm not sure if he's going to rebuy, but they are currently holding his seat. And looks like we have somebody that's taken the seat as the chip runner just walking in with 2 racks. Yeah, and the River Rat is done. And Mike will be taking his seat. Mike. Guess what day it is? Hump day. All right, 5 ways to the flop, 50 in the middle. Best hand right now, the pocket sixes of Pedro. Has a lot of cards to avoid, and he's not going to avoid them. As an ace comes right on the flop, and Easy Cheese leads right out with the best hand. Only bets $15, though. 15, 1-5 into 50, 5-0. And this might work. It does work.
Mike.
So they're just confirming how much he has. I believe he has, no, it looks like 914. That's my guess. 919, off by $5. Off by 1 chip. So we're just confirming if he wants to use an alias, but he said he's just going with Mike. Maybe Money Mike? And he's going to come right in on the big blind.
Hey, why you coming in like the Unabomber, bro? Can't be doing that shit. Show your face, homie.
So I believe, we haven't seen a shot of Mike, but I believe he is wearing a hoodie with the hat and the sunglasses. I believe he has the Unabomber look. Nicotine making the call with the suited connectors. Pedro also with the suited connectors. And let's get a look at Mike there. Or can we see Mike? So Nicotine going to flop an open-ender with 2 overcards. Pretty big flop for him. Wreck-It Ralph flopping an 8. And he's going to bet the top pair. Nicotine going to be calling the $30 bet. And a open-ended straight draw for Mike. He also has a backdoor flush draw. He should be making the call here. Getting involved in his first hand. So a lot of cards for Wreck-It Ralph to dodge. And you can see is not the favorite right now. It's actually Nicotine is the favorite, even though he doesn't have a pair. Oh, trips for Wreck-It Ralph. So that'll take him from 20% to 70% now to win the hand. And he's going to size up to 65. Nice fold there from Nicotine. And I think Mike is going to be done with the hand now that the board is paired. And he does make the fold. So Mike, baseball cap, hoodie, and I believe he has sunglasses on as well.
If you win the hand in the small blind, you have to add $5 up to the
Only small blind can win that. No, whenever you win it.
So they are informing Mike about the small blind game, but he's not going to be eligible for it since he hasn't added anything to the pot. So he's not eligible for this bonus. He just sat down. So the table just informing him. So they are informing him of the small blind game. He's trying to buy into the game, but he's got to wait until the game ends. The small blind game, that is.
Look at me, chiquita.
So I'm hoping Chubbs is still listening out there. Chubbs, can you send me a big red? $20 raise coming from Mr. Jackpot here. Oh, Mike with the kings. Second hand, picking up the kings. Keep in mind, he's not eligible for the small blind game. Oh, Easy Cheese should be calling here. You have suited connectors. You got the button. Obviously, he doesn't know he's up against kings. But that might even be more reason to call, because you'll be able to win a big hand if you hit your hand. So we do have two tables going out of the main floor right now of 1-3, and we do have the stream table going on. And as I said, if you hit your hand, you might get paid off here. Oh, it was actually Easy Cheese with the 4-3. I thought he had the 7-6. Did he say all in? And that should do it. I knew somebody had the 7-6. I just thought it was Easy Cheese on the button. But it was actually the big blind of Wreck-It Ralph. He did flop a good hand, but he's not going to be able to call the all-in of the pocket kings. So I'm not sure if we're waiting on Mr. Jackpot to make a decision, but I'm pretty sure he's going to fold, as will Easy Cheese. Does Mike show the kings? Oh, wait. That's what we were waiting on. We were waiting on Mr. Jackpot to make a decision. He has a gut shot, and he's going to call. He figures the pot is too big to not call. His spades aren't good. He's going to have to hit a 9 for the gut shot or go runner, runner for 2 pair. 9 of spades for fun? Oh, that's actually gives him more outs, and he misses. So the king was actually gave Mr. Jackpot an open-ended. He went from a gut shot to open-ended, but he's going to take down the pot, winning exactly $420.
Barrels, table 9.
And Mr. Jackpot is going to have to rebuy. All right, so they are making a dealer change, so exactly 2 hours. Exactly 2 hours into tonight's stream. As Jeremiah, the dealer, will come back in an hour. And then Ash Cash will deal this hour. As you can see, it was exactly 8 p.m. flashing up on the screen there. So 8:01 at the 15 minutes for the delay, and that takes us to 8:15, 8:16 Central Time here in Texas. There's actually 2 time zones in Texas, as the majority of Texas in the Central Time Zone. The far west, the El Paso area, is actually in the Mountain Time Zone. So everybody limping. And Wreck-It Ralph going to be bumping it up. And everybody calling. Mr. Jackpot calling with a hand that can hit a jackpot. the 4 or 5 of clubs, natural 9 in Baccarat. And we're going 5 ways to a flop as Ash Cash will put out 7, 7, 8. Easy Cheese making the best hand now with a pair of 8s, but it's going to be Don Neto who wagers $20. 20. Oh, nice raise here by Easy Cheese. Didn't think his opponent would bet a 7, and he thinks his 8 is good. And you can see he's going to get a fold. So nice play there by Easy Cheese. Don't forget, if you want to come out on the stream, you can send us an email, RGV Live. RGV, that is the area that we are down. We're down here in the RGV, South Texas, Rio Grande Valley. So RGV Live at TexasCardHouse.com. You can also sign up on the Poker Atlas app, as we do have a $10 button straddle. Jack 10 of clubs for newbie makes the call. Oh, Mr. Jackpot with the queens, and he's going to be taking it up to 55. No, 60. Wreck-It Ralph going to be defending his straddle, and Newbie also coming along. Oh, Easy Cheese just called with the ace-king? Wow. So big pot brewing here. And that is a great flop for queens. It's also a decent flop for Wreck-It Ralph as he flops a pair and a straight draw. And he might call here, considering that it is just over a pot-sized bet. Let's see if he calls. Yes, he does make the call. Needs a 5, a 6, or a tray, and they're going to be going 2 times. That's more outs, but he misses there. More outs, and he misses there. Wow, that's crazy. The exact same run out coming as Wreck-It Ralph goes from a gut shot to open-ended, but misses both times as Mr. Jackpot hitting the jackpot there for $791. So you can see both Don Neto and Pedro with the trucker hats. Not only is the design a trucker hat, but it is actually trucking related. As I mentioned earlier, we are in South Texas, right on the border. A lot of trucking business down here. Back in the 90s, last century, the NAFTA, North America Free Trade Agreement, really helping the area out down here. So a lot of trade going on between the two countries. And of course, it has to get shipped, has to get hauled. Between the 3 countries, actually, North America. Canada as well. Can't forget about Canada, Morgan. So ace-queen versus queen-jack versus king-queen. And it is the king-queen that is being aggressive. This might also look like he is on tilt since he lost the last hand. Let's see what the Cajun Asian does with his hand. as he might put in a 3-bet. Don Neto. I like a 3-bet here. What's the size in? 222. It's 45. So 45 times 3 would be 135. All right, so maybe less than 200. 175. Oh, maybe 222. It's 250. So nice back raise here coming from the Cajun Asian. Still haven't gone heads up to a flop, but we do have a raise and take pre-flop.
Can you put the stream up there? Nope.
So I know we had a player in the building watching earlier. I'm not sure if they're still in the building, but if somebody can send me a beverage, I would appreciate it. Big Red, Gatorade, non-alcoholic beverage. They do have dollar beer here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Dollar draft beer. Like I said, non-alcoholic. So Nicotine just calling on the button. As he's having a late night snack. And he's going to hit top pair. Very wet board. Top pair for Nicotine. Bottom pair and a gut shot for Newbie. Middle pair and a gut shot for Wreck-It Ralph. Nobody with clubs in their hand. And there's a club. Will it slow down the action? Newbie says no. So Newbie's going to get the best hand to fold. He's going to get the best two hands to fold. So nice play by Newbie. So you can see the small blind game is now up to, looks like 65. Those are 2 green chips and looks like 3 red chips. So the chips on top of the button is part of the small blind game. This is something they sometimes play on the stream, and they're playing tonight. It is $5 every time you're on the button. Every time a player is on the button, they add $5, and that extra bonus can be won by the player in the small blind, and it's gonna grow next hand as the small blind folds here. We're going 4 ways to a flop, $70 in the middle. Cajun Asian defending his straddle with the 10-7 offsuit. And he's going to hit bottom pair. Flush draw for Wreck-It Ralph. Pretty big flop for him as he is on a straight draw and a flush draw. He will bet $50. Don Neto also with a straight draw, making the call. And look how many outs Wreck-It Ralph had on the top there. So chop possibilities now. And it's going to be a chop pot. Wreck-It Ralph can't believe that he missed. That's the bad news. The good news is you will be chopping the pot. Too many outs. Too many outs. So they will chop up the $184 pot. I don't think I've seen a shot of Mike's face there in seat 3, as he does have the hoodie on with the sunglasses and the baseball hat. Pedro adding $5 to the button, so I believe that's up to $70. So if the small blind wins this pot, they win the bonus. And if not, then they will add $5 to the pot. No straddle this hand. Action will be on easy cheese. Would that be queso fácil in español? Or fácil queso? So queso's cheese. Fácil's easy. I just don't know if it's fácil queso or queso fácil. I think it's queso fácil. So 4 ways to a flop. Nintendo $64 in the middle. And it's going to be 9 high with 2 diamonds. Easy cheese flopping top pair. And he's got the Oni diamond. And it is Wreck-It Ralph putting out the bluff. Immediately gets called by the middle pair of Don Neto. And easy cheese raising here. Basically a min raise going from 30 to 62. Not too worried about the diamonds since he has the king of diamonds in his hand. Don Neto needing a queen or a 6 to take the lead. And the board's going to pair, but it'll be the 4 of spades. And he's going to bet 50, announcing 50, and gets an immediate call. So Don Neto looking for a queen or a 6, and it's going to be a 7. That does bring in the straight. And he's going to bet 100. Don Neto called him really light earlier, but he's not going to call him this time. And he will show him the K9. It's a nice pot for easy cheese there. And we're up to $75 on the small blind game, folks. There are 3 green chips on top of the button. That is not a straddle. This has built for, I can't do the math right now, but $5 a hand. So that's 10 hands, so 15 hands. So the small blind has not won in 15 hands. And if the small blind wins this hand, they will get a $75 bonus. If not, they will add $5. And then the next small blind will be eligible for that. Mike, action is on Mike. Took off the hoodie, but still has the baseball hat. Big race coming from Don Neto here. Has the 7-8 of diamonds. I like it. And I think the Cajun Nation is going to, Cajun Nation is going to call here. He has a $75 bonus. He has some suited cards. He is making the call. Normally he would not be calling this hand, but like I said, he is going after the bonus. And I believe Wreck-It Ralph, the initial raiser, will call the 3-bet. And the Cajun Nation actually with the best hand right now. Jack high best hand. And he's going to flop a straight draw. Is he going to bet really small? No, it's going to go check, check, check. Still with the same straight draw, needing a queen is the Cajun Asian. And Wreck-It Ralph is going to take a stab here. And it's going to work, and he's going to show the natural 9, Stone Cold Bluff. Cajun Asian not going to like that, knowing he folded the best hand, but also knowing he missed out on the bonus. So he's going to have to put out another $5. So now there's $80 on that button. $10 button straddle from under the gun. Yeah, it's $80. You can see that the 3 green chips and the 1 red chip. $80.
We know how them Saints people are. Saints people. Yeah, they're 2-0. They're looking. They have cards. They have scored in every position, bro. It's stupid right now. He's making people look stupid.
So everybody calling the $10 straddle. Easy Cheese with a terrible hand, cannot call. So I don't know if they let Mike in this game once he put out the $5 that he missed. So next hand, it's going to be Mike that's eligible for the bonus, possibly. I don't know if they let him in the game. Top pair for Don Neto. Top pair and a straight draw for Mike. Bottom pair for Wreck-It Ralph. Folds. Gut shot for the Cajun Asian. Gut shot for Nicotine. Doneto Raisin with the best hand here. Making it 90.
No. He's really, but he ain't just a Jefferson chasing it. Like, they don't have that. I don't think you've seen him. Like, you don't think he's had us come out for you?
I think he's really good. I like him a lot, but I don't think he's top. He's just a top piece. But he's
And Doneto will take down the pot. So Easy Cheese will add $10. We're up to $85 on the button. Once again, that is not a straddle. It is part of the small blind game. And there will be no straddle on this hand. So $3 for newbie to come in. Makes the fold. Nicotine making the call. All right, I finally got my non-alcoholic beverage. Easy Cheese with the ace jack of diamonds will put out the race. Wreck-It Ralph immediately calls, and Nicotine also makes the call. Over $100 in this pot, and it's going to come 7 high. Wreck-It Ralph actually flopping the best hand with the 4. Easy Cheese does check. And now it's going to be trip 4s for Wreck-It Ralph, and he's going to lead a third of the pot, betting 35, as both his opponents are drawn dead. D-E-D, dead. And both his opponents are going to call. Dream scenario here for Wreck-It Ralph. The board double pairing on the river. I could see Nicotine bluffing here. No, he does not. And no reason for Easy Cheese to bluff, as he does have showdown value. Hey, don't forget about the Trailblazer, a new tournament series coming to the Texas Card House to all locations. The first stop is going to be at TCH Social in Austin, which is the newest Texas Card House, at least the newest remodeled location. Texas Card House actually started off in Austin, has moved a couple of times, and it just recently moved again. A short move, basically from one side, from one plaza to the next plaza. Still located Northwest Austin, off of 183, Highway 183, known as Research Boulevard, in the Austin area, and Anderson Mills. Trailblazer Series going to be coming there, making the first stop in October the 16th. You can visit texascardhouse.com for more information. Somebody say all in? Oh, Pedro with the aces. Mike might call him off here, as he was the raiser to 48. He does have a good amount of chips. He has over 1,000 in chips. I could see Mike calling him off here. Ooh, good fold by Mike. I don't think he put his opponent on aces, but he put his opponent on 2 overcards, and he didn't want to get in a $200 race there. Nicotine shaking his head. Is he going to call? Wow, he calls. Calls with the Jack-9 offsuit. They're running it twice. I think that's why he called. He thought they were going to run it twice, and he was right. So Nicotine going to have to get really lucky. You can see 15% chance to win. He hits a jack, so he wants to hit a jack or a 9. Oh, and he hits 2 pair. Oh, so getting the aces cracked, Jack-9 offsuit, he's going to win at least half this pot. Oh, spade on the turn? Spade for fun? No, so it's going to be a chop pot. So one of the reasons why I run it once is you can only get lucky once. Nicotine getting really lucky the first time around. And Mike also would have cracked the aces if he would have called with his pocket 10s. And you can see, I believe that is up to $95 now on the button. And I do like the strategy of straddling on the button because it puts the immediate pressure on the small blind. The small blind is the only player that's able to win that bonus. So by putting the straddle out, it puts immediate pressure on them to play their hand. Whereas sometimes I've seen no straddle on and nobody raises and the small blind's able to see the flop for $2. You can see newbie folds, so Nicotine will be eligible for the bonus next hand. And after getting his aces cracked, Pedro's going to take a little smoke break. And Wreck-It Ralph straddle into 8 will make it 25 more. So Nicotine folds, Just has to get by Mike, who does have an ace. But Mike will make the call. Hey, we're going heads up to the flop. So the first heads up hand of the night only took us 49 hands to get there. And it's going to come ace, king, 10. So a gut shot, straight draw for Wreck-It Ralph. But Mike is going to take the lead here, $75 in the middle. It looks like he's going to bet at least half pot. Bets just over 2/3 pot. Wreck-It Ralph's going to call. He does have the straight draw with the backdoor flush draw. Turn is out. It's going to go check, check. He does hit a pair. So now he has more outs. Needs a queen, an 8, or a jack. And he's going to miss. And Mike's going to put out, looks like 115. The dealer will count it and let the production crew know how much it is. 135. Wow, I was way off.
Look at the hand that can beat, guys.
So Wreck-It Ralph does make the fold, and Mike immediately shows him the ace. And I believe we're going to have $100 on that button. Is it 100 or 105? Yeah, it's 100. So $100 as part of the small blind game, and we do have an under the gun straddle. So this started off with each player putting $5 when they were on the button, and if the small blind won the hand, they would win it. And the small blind has not won the hand in 20 attempts. Small blind has had 20 attempts to win the hand and has not. So now, if they win this hand, if Nicotine wins this hand, he'll win the $100. And I could see Nicotine going crazy here. Oh, pocket nines for easy cheese. Should be raising here. He does. Makes it 30. Oh, Mike with the queens right behind. Just flat calls. King 7 of hearts. And hopefully Nicotine doesn't go crazy here. No, he has a bad hand and he knows it. But there's a $100 bonus for him. He doesn't want to call, but he has a $100 bonus. He's going to make the call, and he's going to have to get super lucky, as he cannot hit a 7. He cannot hit a queen. He has 1% to win this hand, as is Pedro, who also has the queen 7. Oh, ace right on the flop. It's probably going to slow down Mike, and it does. Wreck-It Ralph figures somebody has an ace, doesn't want to bloat the pot without his flush. Now he makes a pair. So if it gets checked to him again, he should be betting here. Probably about $70 should be a good bet if it does get checked to him. Oh, I like a raise here. Especially with just the call. Does he agree with me? Like 200 bucks? How much does he have in his stack? Yeah. He says 160. Like the way he thinks. Has a pair and a flush draw. It's going to put the queens in a very difficult spot. You can see the pot's already over $400. And looks like the queens are going to fold. Mike taking one last look at the queens. has no hearts, which might lead him to call, but no, he does fold. So nice play. He's going to show the 7 of hearts. And we are going up to $105 on the button. And just like last time, I could see Nicotine going after that. I can definitely see Don Neto going after the bonus as well. Does anybody straddle here? No straddle. Action on Mr. Jackpot with the ace 7. He will make the call. King 9 of hearts. The suited king worked out for Wreck-It Ralph last time. Newbie with the 7s. Nicotine with the 3 deuce. And once again, the small blind with a really bad hand. But they're going to have to come along because they have a $105 bonus. And this time, they have live cards as their queen is live and their 6 is live. So not in terrible shape is the terrible hand of queen 6. 7 ways to a flop. It's going to come ace high with 2 hearts, so very similar board to last time. Last time it was ace high with 2 hearts. This time it's ace high with 2 hearts again. Last time, the flush draw was able to get a fold from the ace. Actually, it was a queen. Mike's leading here with open-ended. So he's on a straight draw. Wreck-It Ralph is on a flush draw. And Mr. Jackpot has the best hand with the ace. Don Neto's thinking about calling because of the bonus. But you can see it's 2%. He would have to go runner-runner. And that runner-runner would have to be 6. As the queen would make a straight for Mike. So Mr. Jackpot calling with the best hand. As we will go 3 ways to the turn. Deuce. Changes nothing. And it's going to go check around. 9 coming on the river. So that's going to make a pair. It's going to make a pair for both Mike and Wreck-It Ralph, but it's not going to beat the pair of aces of Mr. Jackpot. So nice little $210 pot. .210, the area code of San Antonio. We are located 3 hours directly south of San Antonio on Highway 281. And we're up to $110 on the button. Jack 10 for the Cajun Nation. Makes the call. No, min raises at $6. Mike calling with the ace rag. Nicotine making the call as well with the queen 8. Don Neto has the power of the button. He has suited king. And he's going to be making a raise here. Bumps it up to 32. An immediate fold from Pedro. So he will add $5 next hand. And Mr. Jackpot will be eligible for the bonus. Looks like we're going heads up. Cajun Nation with the Jack 10 offsuit. And it's all clubs. Cajun Nation with the Jack of clubs has a straight draw and a flush draw. Has 14 outs He's actually favored to win the hand right now, as he could hit a jack, a 10, a club, an 8. And that's not one of them. So he bet 5 on the flop, bets 5 on the turn. And he's going to miss everything. King High's going to win this pot. He should be sizing up here to at least 50. I actually like a pot size bet here. Can he pull the trigger? He knows Jack High is not good. So he needs to size up. He's going to bet here. Is it going to be enough? It should be enough because Don Neto only has King High. It should be enough. Oh, he checks. He checks. Don Neto's going to gladly check and show King High to win this $96 pot. He couldn't pull the trigger.
Like a boss, King High. Oh, what do you mean you got to showdown cheat? Showdown cheat. He's what? I could have won that game. Yeah, that's true.
Hey, put that 5 out there, Pete.
So it looks like that's up to $120, the button for the small blind game. Mr. Jackpot will be the only player who can win at this hand. And if he doesn't win it, he has to add $5 to it. Then the next small blind will be eligible for the bonus. But right now, action is on easy cheese. 7-6 should be folding. But he's going to make the call from under the gun. UTG. Ace Jack of Mike. Bumping it up to looks like 22. 23. King 5 of clubs. Wreck-It Ralph seems to like the suited kings, as this is about the 3rd or 4th suited king he's had tonight. And another suited king. And this is why the 7-6 probably should have folded pre-flop. He's kind of priced in now. Mr. Jackpot with the 8-4 is going to flop bottom pair, which is currently, I was going to say currently the best hand, but it is not second pair. Oh, the 7-6 of easy cheese flopping open-ended. Just betting $10. I actually like a raise here for Mr. Jackpot. No, he just makes the call. Normally I wouldn't raise with the hand, but keep in mind he has a $120 bonus to go after. Does not want to hit the 8. 2 pair now for Wreck-It Ralph. But that diamond's going to give Mike a lot of hope, as he has a flush draw and a straight draw with the ace jack. And this is why I thought Mr. Jackpot should have raised the flop. A lot of bad turn cards, and that's one of them. Cajun Asian in the top pair, but it might get him in trouble here. Oh, it's really going to get him in trouble since he's putting in the raise. This looks like a small flush here, to be honest with you, as it is a small bet followed by a small raise, basically wanting somebody to call. Let's see if Wreck-It Ralph puts in the raise. No, he just calls. So Cajun Asian looking for a 9 or a 10. Easy Cheese looking for an 8 or a 3. Mike looking for a diamond. And this pot will be going to Wreck-It Ralph. He does have the showdown value. Oh, he doesn't know what to do here.
I check.
Okay, he does check. He had the showdown value, the king 5.
What the fuck am I doing in my life that I can't fucking value that fucking 2 pair? That's how scared I am on the fucking screen, guys. I want everyone to know.
Well, there's everything out there straight.
No, but the way the hand played out, dog. I'm fucking decent enough to be able to value it.
So Wreck-It Ralph just taking his showdown value instead of going for some thin value on the river.
Like 110 yeah.
So normally we would see the VPIP, but as I said, there was a technical issue with the software that they were not able to get correct. Essentially, in order to correct it, they would have to restart the system, and since we had already started the stream and everything else was working, then we will just not show those stats tonight. $15 raise coming from Wreck-It Ralph. He had the 6-3, the natural 9 earlier, and was able to bluff at the pot. The range for the Cajun Nation is going to be pretty wide here. Oh, he should be raising here. I like at least 100 more, like 115. No, probably more than that because there's 120. Yeah, so 125. Oh, he just calls. He actually has the best hand right now. That's not why I like the raise. I like the raise because of the small blind game. He has the $125 bonus he can hit. Oh, and he's going to hit it. Oh, if a 9 comes, that's going to get Mike in trouble. He has the Jack of Diamonds, so he's probably just going to string him along here. No reason to raise. And it's going to be a min raise. That's going to get Mike to fold, and it's going to be an immediate fold.
Nice. I win.
So he flopped the nuts and gets the small blind bonus of $125. And he will leave $5 out there to restart the game. Don't forget about the bounty tournament. Monday nights at 6 o'clock. $2,000 guaranteed, $100 buy-in. Every player you knock out, you get $25. It's called the Green Chip Bounty. Green chips are worth $25. So if you knock somebody out of the tournament, you don't have to win the tournament. You just have to knock a player out. You will win $25 for every player knocked out. Of course, you can visit our Facebook or Instagram page, tch.rgv. That's tch.rgv for more details.
I mean, it was like perfect.
Is this a triple straddle?
Just give me my money.
There's an $8 straddle. Then you be open at 36. Ooh. Yes, this was a, ooh. It might not have been a straddle. Based upon the action, I think it was a straddle, and Wreck-It Ralph was just going after the dead money. And he is going to lose $100. Yes, it was a triple straddle.
Just give me my money. Give me the money.
Nice hand. Nice straddle. So Mondays we got the Green Chip Bounty. On Saturdays we have the Deep Stack. $3,000 guaranteed prize pool, $1,000 for first guaranteed, $150 buy-in, 50K started stack. 50K started stack. No straddle this hand. It's going to be a limp from the newbie. So Mike thought that the $10 was a straddle, but it was part of the small blind game. UB with the threes. Nicotine just won last hand, so now he's playing the 8-3. So we got a good blackjack hand with the 8-3, and we have a natural 9 for the Baccarat with the 4-5. Pedro calling the 3. Cajun Agent just calling. No, the min race to 6. And everybody calling. So $42 in the pot. I believe we're 6 or 7 ways. Oh, we're 7 ways, right? Yeah, 7 times 6 is 42. And it's going to come King, King, 10. Mike leading right out with his 10. Pedro should be calling here with his open ender. Needing an ace or a 9. A jack also works. Oh, and that's going to give a full house for Mike. And he will continue to bet here, hoping his opponent does not have a king, and his opponent does not have a king. He does get a football square. I think you have to show both cards for the football square. No, he didn't show both cards, so he does not get the football square. Oh, but he was in the small blind, so he did win the small blind game. So no football square, but he does get the bonus that's on the button. $10 under the gun straddle from Nicotine. Doneto with the fold. Pedro with the ace king. He's limping, hoping somebody raises here, as he has about $200 in his stack. Cajun Agent folding the 5 deuce of spades. Easy cheese. Kind of bored, I guess, calling with the 8 deuce. Oh, Newbie's gonna... No, Newbie just makes the call. I thought Newbie would raise there. I actually thought that might have been a raise for Newbie. Turned out it was a good check, because he would have got re-raised by the ace-king. It's going to come ace, queen, 10. And Pedro will bet his top pair with his straight draw. Easy cheese. I think he kind of has to call here. Really shouldn't have been in the hand to begin with, but now that you hit a pair, you should be calling in position. Newbie's going to be making a call, I believe. No, makes a good fold. So Pedro getting a lot of respect. Taking down the pot. $8 button straddle announced. There is $10 on top of the button, but that is part of the small blind game. The chips in front of the button, the white chips, there's 2 stacks of 4. So it is an $8 button straddle action immediately on Newbie from the small blind with the ace-3. The big blind, Nicotine, with the ace-5. Both of them make the call. The jack-5 for Pedro. Cajun Asian with the suited queen 10. Maybe a candidate to raise here, but he's just going to call. Easy Cheese calling with Queen Deuce last hand. Improves to King Deuce. Calls once again. Oh, here we go. Slam dunk raise. And that is exactly what he's going to do. You can see there's already $56 in the pot, so he should be making it at least another 50 more. And he makes it 48 total. He makes it 40 more. So Mr. Jackpot will be calling with the twos. And I think the Cajun Nation will also call. There's the call from the Cajun Asian. And you can see he's in pretty good shape here. He's actually favored to win the hand right now. If it stays three ways. He has 2 overcards to the 2 under pairs. And he's going to hit that overcard right on the flop. I was going to say this is a good bet for Wreck-It Ralph, but he chooses to check. And he's going to be calling this bet, I believe. Yeah, he does call the bet. I thought he would bet the flop considering that there was no face cards on the flop. But instead, he is going into check call mode. Mr. Jackpot's confirming that 3 isn't a deuce. I think he should be calling another bet here with the 7s. The flush draw did miss. And no reason to bet as he does have showdown value. So the Cajun Asian getting the $205 win. Keep in mind, he did lose his initial buy-in. Very first hand, flush versus flush, lost his first buy-in. You can see the cards slipping out of the dealer's hands. I mentioned it earlier. These cards are a little bit thicker than the normal cards the dealers are used to because of the RFID chips in them. But that's how we're able to see the players hold cards. $10 live straddle under the gun from Pedro, so action will be on seat 9. Mr. Jackpot making the fold. Oh, Easy Cheese with the 7 deuce. Third straight hand where he has a deuce in his hand. Went from Queen Deuce to King Deuce. And now he has taken the 7 deuce and put it into bluff. I think the sizing was a little bit too small because there was a $10 straddle. Oh, show it. Show it. He's going to show it. Come on. You have to show it. There it is. Boom. 7 deuce. Got him. And all the Cajun Asian can do is tap the table.
Yeah, Nick.
So $6 live straddle under the gun. We have the triple straddle, the re-straddle, the re-re. We're going from, it's a 1-3 game, $6 under the gun straddle to 12 to 24. So $24 to come in, and Wreck-It Ralph is going to be making it 75. He gets immediately called by Newbie. He wasn't even done counting out his chips, and Newbie was calling. And one of the reasons why or how Newbie was able to call so fast is he stacks his chips in 75s. Those stacks are short. They are not $100 stacks. They are 75 stacks. So he literally just reached for a stack to make the call. Let's see what Easy Cheese has. Easy Cheese is going all in. And it's for a big amount here. So you can see this is putting Newbie into a very bad spot. And actually, if Newbie folds here, Easy Cheese is not going to be in terrible shape, as he will have 2 live cards. So it's going to be hard for the Knights to call here. And he does make the fold, so let's see how the percentage flips here. It's going to be, the Ace-Jack's probably going to be about 65%. 70%. So there's been a couple of 10s and 8s that have been folded. They are running it twice, though. They are running it twice. There's the 10. Like I said, once the 9s folds, now he's in decent shape here. Needs an ace, queen, or jack. So there, the 10 winning the first one. And he needs a 10 or an 8 or a heart. 10 or an 8. Nope. So they will chop up the pot. So chop pot there. 10-8 winning the first one. And I mentioned this earlier, you could only get lucky once, which is one of the reasons why I personally only run it once. So Easy Cheese making a move, got caught, and then gets lucky to win the hand. Looks like we have $25 on the button as part of the small blind game. Cajun Nation with a double straddle last time will just have a regular straddle this time. Queen 3 of hearts for Easy Cheese. I think he's just bored because he's playing a lot of hands. The Queen 3 of hearts, the San Francisco busboy making the call. Ace Jack for Pedro, needs to bump it up big here, at least 60. Ugh. Everybody's calling this raise. He's going to be out of position, which is one of the reasons why you want to size up when you are out of position. And you can see even Don Neto called with the 8 deuce offsuit just because the sizing was too small. He has the best hand right now, but look at all the hands that he needs to avoid. King High coming right on the flop, and that's going to give the lead to the Cajun Asian. He also has a spade to go with it. So maybe about 60?
On camera, baby. On camera.
It's going to be a $50 bet from the Cajun Asian. Don Neto has bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw with the 8 deuce, and he's not going anywhere. Pedro's going to have to fold his hand. Nine coming on the turn. Cajun Asian putting out another bet, this time making it 85, and that'll get the job done. $300 pot going his way. So Phony Turgeson asking how the action has been, and it's been multi-way, and it's been very splashy. Somebody just went all in with 10-8 offsuit. All right, we got exactly 1 hour to go on the stream. as we have Jeremiah pushing in for the second time. So exactly 1 hour to go. If you still haven't hit the like button, make sure you take care of it right now. So we got the triple straddle. We're going from 1-3, $6 under the gun straddle. And then 12 from Mike to 24 for Wreck-It Ralph. So the dealer announcing the re-straddle, the re-re. And UB with the suited 10, we'll put it into the muck. Ace 4 of spades for Doneto. He should be raising here. Oh, that's a big raise. Normally I like to size up, but I think this is actually too big. Probably should have gone to somewhere between 80 and 100. Reason why is you're kind of pot committing yourself here, but it looks like it's going to work. So still a decent pickup, as you have the $1 from the small blind, the $3 from the big blind, the $6, the $12, and the 24. So is that 24, 12, 36, 36, 6, 42, and then 42 and 4. So $44. But like I said, I think it was just too much to risk to pick up that 44. Probably somewhere between 80 and 100 would have been a better sizing. Wreck-It Ralph with the AC Deucey making the raise. UB calling with the 7s. And Nicotine calling with the Jack 9. He was just making sure that the cards got scanned properly. Doneto, he just won last hand. And he is going to be making the call here with the mystery hand that is no longer a mystery. King 8 of hearts. And Easy Cheese also making the call out of the big blind. And we're going 7 ways to a flop. 2, 4, 6. There can only show 6 hands, but I know there's at least 7 players in here.
7 players.
Yeah, 7 ways to a flop. So many players called, we ran out of room on the screen. And an ace coming right on the flop. 2 spades, nobody with spades.
Bless you.
So the ace 9 of the Cajun Asian has the lead, but he's going to check, and Easy Cheese will bet his middle pair. And he's going to get a call from the ace deuce as well as the pocket 7s. Oh, Cajun Asian making the fold. I kind of understand why, because you really don't know what card you want to see on the turn. And not to be results oriented, but the flush got there, but more importantly, the set of newbie get in there. And newbie will be putting out a stack of 75, 85. Wreck-It Ralph does have a 2 high flush draw. He actually has a lot of spades that are live. Oh, that's going to get him in trouble. That is going to get him in trouble. How much does Newbie have in his stack? So Newbie, yeah, he gets an immediate call and sees the news. So Newbie calling with pretty much nothing on the flop and drills the 7 and gets paid off on the river. $688 pot.
Floor square.
As the dealer will push it his way, and that is a full house, so he will get a football square for Sunday. So all day during the week, anytime you make a full house here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, you do not have to win the hand, you do not have to use both cards. You will get a football square. And come Sunday night, you will have a chance to win. The first 2 quarters pay $500. The last 2 quarters pay $750. There was a rollover from last week, so that is why they pay more this week. So last week, of course, we had the Texans beat the Bears. Then the week before that, we had the Lions beat the Rams. The home opener for both teams, the Lions and the Texans. And now we have the Falcons that are going to be playing the Chiefs. So we'll see if the home team is able to win again this coming Sunday night. The Cajun Nation does not want the Falcons to win on Sunday night, as that is actually the biggest rival for the Saints. It's the Falcons. They don't like each other. Ace coming on the flop, 2 clubs. Mr. Jackpot with the 2 clubs. Newbie with the Ace Jack. Nicotine with the Ace 10. And it is Mike who's going to bet his second pair, $47. Newbie has to call. I don't think Nicotine can get away just yet. Is he going to get away? Nice. Mr. Jackpot looking for a club. Trying to go clubbing on this Wednesday night. Is he folding? Wow. So you can see Mike's outs on the top. He has 4 outs. Needs a king or a 6. And that's going to pair the board. Should go check, check here. Oh, Mike gets his king, as a 6 would have no longer been good. And I think Newbie's going to call here. I don't blame him. You can see him already reaching for chips. Put in that extra $5 on his $75 stack, and he'll be sliding it forward and seeing the king. And I believe that's another football square. Nope, no football square. All right, I guess you need both hold cards. I know you don't need to win the hand. I know that part's true, but I guess you do need both hold cards. Showdown, a full house or better to choose a square. Doesn't say you do or don't.
$16 race.
Table can thank me later.
Looks like we got the double straddle back.
I know. I said Mike, can you rescan, please?
Mike's card's not getting scanned properly, so they'll get that rescan. That is what the slight delay is.
7 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds, 1 calls, 2 calls, 3 calls, 4 calls.
The Cajun Asian just calling the $16 raise with the ace queen from the cutoff too. So that's pretty interesting. Five, deuce. Not sure what Mike has. He has a 6 for sure. And Wreck-It Ralph doesn't think anybody has a 5. So he's going to posture at this pot. I don't think the Cajun Nation can fold to 1 bet here. But what do I know? And Mike does not have a 5 to go with that 6 as he will fold. Nice play there by Wreck-It Ralph. Really using the range advantage to his advantage, as it was all small cards on the flop. So normally somebody from the blind, small blind, big blind, or the straddle will have those small cards. So he decided to represent it as he was in the big blind. Decided to represent the 5. And it worked. Looks like we have a $20 under the gun straddle coming from Nicotine. The minimum straddle under the gun is $6, double the big blind. The maximum straddle under the gun here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, is half your stack. So Nicotine choosing $20 to come in. The maximum straddle on the button is $10. So minimum is 6, maximum is 10 on the button. Under the gun, it is half your stack. I would have liked to see a raise from UB. He's going to flop a flush draw. Wreck-It Ralph flopping bottom pair. And he's going to bet 40. Nicotine making the fold. But Wreck-It Ralph will call with his deuce. You can see the outs for newbie. He's actually favorite. That's not one of them. He's going to need a king, a 9, or a heart, or he's going to have to put out a big bet here. So Wreck-It Ralph getting sticky with his bottom pair here. He's going after the bonus. I just realized why he's sticky. The small blind bonus, he's going after it. And he's going to get it. He's basically in check call mode here. If he calls the turn, I think he's going to call the river. Yeah, he's calling the river. He's going bonus. So small blind game coming into effect. This bluff normally works from UB. This bluff would have worked on the flop or the turn. But with the bonus on the button, it got Wreck-It Ralph to call light, and he's going to get rewarded. There's always the table dynamic that you have to take into account when you're playing live poker. And the table dynamic coming into play there with the small blind game in effect.
We have a $10 button straddle. $10 button straddle actually starts in
$10 button straddle. $5 on top of the button for the small blind game. $10 for the straddle. Action on newbie. Queen 10 for Nicotine makes the call. Doneto with the Jack 9. Why not? Mr. Jackpot looking to hit a jackpot. Calls with the suited connectors. Oh, an easy cheese. So we have less than an hour to go on the stream. And I think Easy Cheese is trying to get rich or die trying, as he wants to double up or he wants to bust, because he's been making some very reckless moves here lately. And here's another reckless move, as he actually has the best hand right now. He got the ace to fold, so he currently has the best hand between all these players. The only one I can maybe see calling is Mr. Jackpot, but I think it's just too much, 225. If it was $100, Mr. Jackpot would call, and that's why he hits the jackpots. He's actually asking if he can run it twice, but you can't do that if there's players still in the hand. And yeah. So he does show the hand. He did to the table. He went all in blind. Now you can rewatch. You can rewind to see if you're able to see if he looked at his cards or not. I'm not able to do that since this is a live stream. So no straddle this hand. Action on seat 8, Pedro. So of course seat 1 is to the left of the dealer, and then seat 2 will be to the left of seat 1, and so on and so on.
Those are fighting words, bro. That'd be a good swing. For sure. It'd be like Doneto minus 100, you minus 110.
one raises it to 15. 2 calls.
So we have less than an hour to go on the stream, and my prediction is Easy Cheese is either going to double up or lose all his chips. Does Newbie just call here with the jacks? Oh, he did. Not sure what Nicotine is thinking about. Easy Cheese might go with this hand. No, he does not. So ace, jack of spades versus jacks, as we have a $205 pot coming your way. All low cards. Wreck-It Ralph with a straight draw, needing a 4 for a straight. Pretty big bet here from Newbie, 150 into the $205 pot. It was 145 actually. One of the stacks was not stacked properly. Oh, and he goes all in. So Wreck-It Ralph actually not in terrible shape. Needs an ace or a 4. He actually has running spades. So let's see a spade on the turn for fun. Hit the like button if you want to see a spade on the turn to give Wreck-It Ralph more outs. Did you hit it? You still have time to hit that like button to see a spade on the turn. Let's go with a 10 of spades. Like I said, you still have time to hit that like button for the spade. Are they going twice? All right, let's see it. The 10 of spades at least once. So Wreck-It Ralph needed a 4 or an ace for the immediate win. A spades will give him a flush draw. They are confirming we are going twice, and the dealer is getting ready to rip it. 10 of spades. It's a black queen. And it's a 10 of diamonds. So the jacks are good there. Let's see a spade. Come on. No spade. And that's going to kill the 4 as an out. And Newbie was going to pick up the $975 pot as Wreck-It Ralph will get wrecked. I guess nobody hit the like button. We never saw a spade. So get in an exact countdown as we are 69 hands in. All right, so small blind game is on, and looks like Nicotine is going to straddle as well. So $10 button straddle announced. Action will be on the small blind, Don Neto. He was the big winner last Wednesday night. And he has pocket deuces this hand. Quack, quack. Oh, he's going to raise with these deuces. Deuces never loses. $71 raise. As Pedro does have a very nice King Jack of clubs, he will make the fold. Okay, Janasian. Ace Queen. It's a pretty big raise, especially first to act under the gun. Which is why he's thinking. Oh, he's going to fold. Easy Cheese also folding. Mike with the same hand will also fold. And it's going to come down to Nicotine. And if Nicotine knew Don Neto had deuces, he would be at least calling, but probably raising. Nicotine with over 1,000 in his stack. Don Neto right at 8,000 in his stack. And keep in mind, there is a $15 bonus for Don Neto, and it looks like he's going to win it. Oh, he shows the deuces. I like it. Everybody at the table saying I had 2 overs. And Don Neto, an old school gambler, shows the deuces. He says a pair is a pair. This hand is better than ace king, and he's not wrong. So Easy Cheese just realizing that he will be able to straddle next hand, and you can straddle up to half your stack. So I do expect a big straddle next hand from Easy Cheese. Just gonna limp this hand. Not sure if he scanned his cards properly. Yeah, he did. The ace 8. Mike raising here. as both the ace-3 and the ace-8 have his cards dominated. Wreck-It Ralph with the 5 deuce. So you be just calling here? Just calling with the 9s. I might be wrong, but I'm still waiting for Easy Cheese to make a move, and this might be the hand. It's actually a good spot to go with it. Maybe I'm wrong. So the 9's out in front right now. The second best hand is 8-3 of hearts. Ooh. Wow. The newbie's going to lose some chips in this hand, I think. But not as many chips as Don Neto. Oh, wow. Newbie with the fold. I don't... At least for me, he played that hand backwards. But it worked out. I don't know why. Newbie's been playing on the stream the last couple of weeks, and he keeps making these weird moves, and it still surprises me. But that's one of the reasons why he goes by Newbie. Very, very unorthodox. And it's been working out for him tonight. It really worked out for him this hand, where he probably should have lost a lot more chips. Mike going for some value here, betting 100. No, he said 200. I thought he said 100. Clubs get in there. Is Don Neto going to call him off? Oh, Don Neto calls it off. And the dealer just confirming that it was a call. So Don Neto calling off the Cajun Asian light earlier. No, he actually called off Easy Cheese. Well, this was about 4 hours ago. This was at the beginning of the stream. I do apologize. But he did make a light call earlier. He makes a light call again. And both times, he was wrong. All right, let's see what the strato is. Oh, there it is. There it is, folks. I told you he was going to do something like this. He is straddling just about half his stack. I don't think Mike is going to re-straddle, but you are able to straddle up to half your stack. And so Wreck-It Ralph sees a player straddling. He sees a player straddling basically half his stack, and he immediately adds onto his chip. So this is a smart move here by him, because if he picks up a hand, he wants to be able to get max value from the hand. So he's making sure that he has more chips in his stack. So a very veteran move here coming from Wreck-It Ralph. He is straddling half his stack. Like I said, I thought this was going to happen, and here you will see it. This is the biggest single straddle we've had on the stream here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. This is a 1-3, 126 to go. So it's 126 to go. And Wreck-It Ralph. Oh, Wreck-It Ralph picks up 10s. I love it when a plan comes together. I love it when a plan comes together. This is exactly why he added on, just in case if he picked up a good hand. So keep in mind, Easy Cheese has not looked at his hand, and he has half his stack in the straddle. Wreck-It Ralph just added on is all in with the pocket tens. Nicotine's going to have to fold. Pedro folds. Oh, Mr. Jackpot. Cajun Asian with the sevens. He has to fold. Normally he would have the best hand here. But as we can see, he does not. And I'm hoping that the straddler has not looked. I'm hoping he just goes with his hand and says, Jesus, take the wheel. Yes, that is what he's doing. He has not looked. We're all going to see together. And Wreck-It Ralph is not going to like this situation. Oh, Easy Cheese with a king. Easy Cheese drawn to a king. I believe they're going to run it twice. This is over $1,000 pot. Twice. I don't know if Easy Cheese has seen his cards, but we know what they are because they're scanned. All right, let's go, king. Oh, he needs a 10 or a club. He's the only one with clubs. Oh, he needs a club or a 10. Easy Cheese. No. All right, so the first board going to Mr. Jackpot. Easy Cheese. His king is still alive, though. He didn't waste his king. Easy Cheese also with diamonds. Oh, there's the king. And they are going to chop up Wreck-It Ralph's chips. So the first board going to the set of queens, the second board going to Easy Cheese. So pretty unlucky there for Wreck-It Ralph, as he literally just added on, wanted to take advantage of a situation that basically happened. The only thing that was not factored into the equation was somebody else waking up with a better hand. And that's what happened. He did the add-on. He knew that Easy Cheese was basically calling whatever. He straddled half his stack. So he did have a good hand. The only problem is somebody had a better hand behind him. And that is going to do it for Wreck-It Ralph. Getting unlucky in that situation. Normally, you're supposed to have the best hand in that situation. But Mr. Jackpot All right, so we did lose two players that hand, as we lost Don Neto in seat 7, and then we lost Wreck-It Ralph. So not sure who's taking seat 7. So Mike had the hoodie on earlier. Doesn't have the hoodie on, but does have the shirt covering half his face, trying to be in disguise. So we do have about half an hour to go into tonight's stream. Should be ending about 10:20, roughly, give or take a couple of minutes. All right, so there we go. Let's see who seat 7 is. It's going to be Simon. Simon in English, but Simon in Spanish. And we are in South Texas, so we got Simon in seat 7. And they're just letting her know about the phones that gotta put the phones away, gotta turn the phones off. Oh, Mr. Jackpot with queens again? Is that right? And it's gonna come 8 high with 2 hearts. Oh, pretty big flop here for Easy Cheese. And we might have another all-in between Easy Cheese and Mr. Jackpot. Top pair for Nicotine. And here comes the raise, I believe. It is a min raise. He's actually $5 short. Needs to make it 70. Does Easy Cheese just call? Wow, he just called. And that's definitely going to bring along Nicotine. Nicotine has top pair here. Trying to figure out what everybody else has. But I don't think he can fold for a min raise. Oh, Easy Cheese just announced an all-in blind. Easy Cheese is all-in blind. A 9 would be a fun card. 9 would give him open-ended. Easy Cheese is all-in blind. The turn is out. Oh, and that is a terrible card for Nicotine, but Nicotine felt like he had to call as Easy Cheese was all-in blind, and he's live with his heart. What does... Wait, what just happened? Okay, so... Wow, this is going to put Mr. Jackpot in a strange spot, but essentially what had happened was... You see what happened was... Nicotine was racked up before this hand. So the other chips were still in play. And that is what they're letting Mr. Jackpot know. So he was racked up getting ready to leave. And that is why those chips are in play, because they were part of his original buy-in. So Matt, I would imagine, is putting Nicotine on a deuce here. I understand why Nicotine... Well, Nicotine actually went all in, I believe. Yeah, Nicotine is all in, but I understand why he went all in, because Easy Cheese went all in dark. There was a $35 bet from Easy Cheese. Nicotine called with his top pair. Mr. Jackpot min raised it to 70. And both players called. And then after both players called on the flop, Easy Cheese announced he was all in dark on the turn. The turn showed up, and Nicotine went all in as well. And now Mr. Jackpot is confused. That's actually a really good card for him, because now Nicotine can't hit his 3 to make a better 2 pair. Funny things happen at the end of the streams, and we got less than half an hour to go, so I don't know if this is factoring into the player's decision. It's definitely factoring into Easy Cheese's decision. And is Mr. Jackpot going to let this go? He's very, very confused, and I understand why. But I think he's scared of the deuce here, because Nicotine went all in when the deuce came. And I think the reason why Nicotine went all in is he's doing exactly what is happening. He's trying to get the other person to fold, as he just wants to go heads up here. So Mr. Jackpot taking an inventory of his stack. Real big baseball fan, has a minor league baseball hat. Believe that's the Alabama team. Huntsville? Huntsville, like Trash Raccoons or Rocket Raccoons, or think he's going to fold. He's scared of the deuce. Oh, he calls.
What do you guys want?
So let's see. Yeah, so it is the Rocket City Trash Pandas. That's the baseball hat there, minor league baseball team. All right, so Easy Cheese is live to the hearts. They're going to run it twice, and Nicotine is in bad shape. He can only hit an 8. So they are going twice. Easy Cheese needing a heart. That's not it. Yeah, but that's not good because it's queens and deuces. Oh, and Mr. Jackpot is going to win a $2,373 pot, as Nicotine actually thought he won the first time with the 8s and the 3s, but Mr. Jackpot had queens and deuces. And like I said, he was racked up before this hand, and the curse of the rack. The curse of the rack. I'm sure people have heard about it, and if you've never seen it before, you just witness it. They say you should never rack up your chips until you're leaving. And once you rack them up, no matter what, it doesn't matter if you get dealt aces, you fold, you leave. Once you rack up your chips, you leave. You don't see any more hands. So Nicotine, literally that was his last hand, and he lost most of his chips, and that's going to take up Mr. Jackpot to over $2,000. As you can see, his stack is over, it's essentially $2,400.
We're done with this, right? We're done with this game? Yeah, yeah. Jerry. For Jerry. Yeah. Wow. No, he's good. 2 and 6.
So give the win to Mr. Jackpot, the Rocket City Trash Pandas, Double-A affiliate of the Los Angeles Angels. All right, so we did gain a player with Simon, but we did lose a player with Nicotine, and I think we're gaining another player. And it looks like we have somebody taking Easy Cheese's seat. It's funny, if he would have come in anywhere else, would be good to go. I think he could actually take over the small blind here, which is a rule that is actually in a tournament. Yeah, so he's going to take over the small blind just because a hand has not been dealt. So this is one of those rules in the tournament. Normally in a tournament, you're able to come in any position except the small blind, unless if a hand has not been played. And that's what's happening here, as a hand has not been played. So it doesn't mess up the rotation of the blinds. Mike was supposed to be big blind this hand. Keep in mind, 2 hands ago, so 2 hands ago, Easy Cheese straddled half his stack under the gun. Then last hand, he was the big blind with the 10-7 of hearts. So this hand, he would have been the small blind. So Smiley taking over the small blind there. Smiley likes to gamble, but we only have about 15 minutes left on the stream.
Yeah, I know. You know that.
Yeah, 'cause I thought he was getting greens, but I couldn't see.
So pocket tens for Mike here. Smiley gonna flop a 7. And this is gonna get him in trouble as Mike has an overpair to the board. Mike gonna be calling, might be raising. And looks like just the call. So Smiley gonna need a king or a 7. That's 5 outs if you're keeping track at home. And that's not one of them. Does Smiley slow down? Oh, he does slow down. And so does Mike. Oh, and there's one of Smiley's outs. The flush draw does get there, so that might save Mike some chips, but I do think Smiley's going to bet at least $50 here. Smiley thinking how much to bet. Has $425 in his stack. Oh, Smiley checks. Quick check behind from Mike. Smiley's going to be mad that he lost out on some value there. All right, as I said, we have about 15 minutes to go. We have 4 hands to play. The production crew just informing me the last hand will be hand 78. So 4 more hands to go. They are coloring up the chips for Mr. Jackpot, as he does hit the jackpot with the queens. 10-7 of diamonds for C1 makes the raise. And there's the color up. He is trading out all those chips for 10 black chips. So you can see he has over 2,300 in front of him. Ace King for Mr. Jackpot just making the call. Tricky, tricky. 5 ways to a flop. 6 ways to a flop, excuse me. And it's going to come an ace high flop. Mr. Jackpot flopping top pair, top kicker. The Cajun Asian with the ace 4 will be making the call. Has a straight draw with the 3. Has some backdoor spades as well. Still needs a 3 for a straight. And it's going to go check, check. And now Mr. Jackpot, he's going to get called here. You have to call $25. Cajun Nation doesn't want to call $25, but you have to. He's made some pretty good folds tonight, but I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one. All right, so 3 more hands to go. Hand 78 will be the final hand, and we do have a $10 under the gun straddle from Pedro. Action is going to be on tonight's big winner, Mr. Jackpot. Didn't hit a high hand, but did win a $2,000 pot. King 10 of spades. 40% of a royal flush. Pocket 10s for Simon. He's going to be raising. Mr. Jackpot should be calling here.
Coming in? Yeah.
Looks like we have somebody new coming in as well. So Mr. Jackpot in bad shape here, can only hit a king. Oh, or he can hit a straight draw and a flush draw. And that's going to slow down Simon. He thinks his opponent has an ace or a queen. That is not the case. His opponent has the nuts. All spades, which should save Simon which should save him some chips. Yeah, the ace, the king beats him, any spade beats him. And Mr. Jackpot showing that he was beat. So keep in mind, the stream will end on hand 78, but these players are probably going to keep playing. Normally this happens on our Friday night stream. Sometimes it happens on our Wednesday stream where the players keep playing. I think it's going to happen tonight. So the player cannot come in, well, they cannot buy the button. So unlike last time where the player took over the small blind, there is no small blind to take over here. Mr. Jackpot had the king 10 last hand, won with it. Going to try out the queen 10 now. Smiley with the ace bumps it up to 35. Mike with the better ace makes the call. Simon with the 8-6 into the muck. I think this is too much for Mr. Jackpot to call, but he's been on a heater, so he might make the call. He does. So he needs a queen. His 10 won't be good here. And he's going to hit his queen. When you're hot, you're hot. Oh, Smiley putting out the C-bet. He was the initial raiser. And he's going to go with the down bet here. Raise it 35. Makes it 35 once again. Mr. Jackpot is at least going to call here. This should slow down the action on the turn. Especially with the king coming as an overcard. There's the initial check. Yeah, and it does slow down the action. 3 of hearts coming on the turn. I think Mr. Jackpot's going into check call mode here. Ooh, Smiley's going to put him to the test. Big bet coming from Smiley, just under a pot-sized bet. Betting 150. Let's see if Mr. Jackpot is able to call. Doesn't like his kicker, doesn't like the king. Made a good call with pocket queens earlier. We'll see if he's able to make another good call with just the queen this time. Straight draw did get there, 6-7 coming in. He is cutting out chips. Taking one look at his cards again, and he's going to make the call and get the win. So the rich get richer. Two more hands to go for tonight's stream. This table is getting filled up, so like I said, I'm pretty sure these players are going to continue to play. I might have to get one of those baseball hats. Rocket City Trash Pandas. Apparently in Alabama, they call raccoons trash pandas. at least in the Huntsville area.
What do you want your name to be on the stream? Mike. On seat 4? 525. Michael. We changed it to Michael. Well, I can't be Renee. That's my middle name. What's the total? 25.
So seat 4 was going to come in as Mike, but we already have a Mike at the table. Then he was going to use his middle name, Rene, but seat 6, his name is Rene. So we're going to call him Michael. We will see Michael for 2 hands tonight.
Yeah, for new people, just make sure it scans. If it doesn't scan out, tell me. And no phones, no headphones on the table. That's important.
Newbie with the 6s. Rene with the King Jack making the call.
8 calls and 9 checks.
And the pocket 3s for Pedro also making the call. Jack on the flop for Rene. And I think it's going to go check around. So Newbie looking for a 6, Pedro looking for a tray. No, the Jack's going to bet here. So $12 bet. We'll take it down. All right, last hand of the stream. Would once again like to thank everybody who joined us tonight. And if you're still not subscribed to this channel, this is the secondary channel for the Texas Card House. The main channel is TCH Live. The secondary channel of this channel, Texas Card House, 3 separate words. All Texas Card House properties do stream on this secondary channel as well. So if you are watching from the Austin area, from the Dallas area, from the Houston area, this is the secondary channel. Make sure you do get subscribed and take care of that. All right, Smiley with the 9 deuce. We'll make the fold. 7-6 suited for Newbie. 5-3 suited for Rene. Pedro, who started us off at the beginning, will be cashing out after the stream. Cajun Asian going to try to win the last hand on stream, raising it to 15 with his King Jack of Hearts. So we got hearts, spades, and clubs, which means diamonds will come on the flop. No, it's spades. Big flop for Rene here as he flops bottom pair with a flush draw. Cajun Asian flopping top pair with a backdoor flush draw. And Newbie flopping middle pair, but he lets it go. 2 pair now for Rene. If that 3 was a heart, it would have been even spicier. Cajun Asian going to continue on here and just get called. So spade, 5 or 3. And the 5-3 should be winning this hand. Cajun Asian going to put out a small bet here. And he's going to think he's good because he didn't get raised, but he is not good, as the 5-3 will take down the pot, and that'll wrap things up for tonight's stream. Would once again like to thank everybody who joined us. We will be streaming next time on Friday night, TCH Live.